about being in comments. I just want to make sure if Mike is going to send us something, he does it in a 4-part structure and tells us what guidance or what policy we're not following.
I know, and all I think, yeah, that's good. Hearing that they're going to these, they're referencing. We have no idea what they're referencing.
Right.
I just want to say hi, Mike. How you doing? I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to say hi to Mike in case I didn't see you.
Oh, that's right.
Well, you know, with how many projects we have going on now, it's like staff downsizing, but how many between all the different lows of.
Are you guys downside?
Oh yeah, we've had and part of it's.
No, you're right. Morning.
And part of it, you know, it's not everything's set by it's just our national budget. And we've had a flat budget for years in a region.
Well, yeah, we've been here since yesterday. So we'll be here back. When
So it's the best we can.
Is Ireland?
auditorium. Prior to the start of this event, please silence your mobile device. In the event of an emergency, please listen for instruction and proceed to the nearest exit. The primary exit is through the rear of the auditorium and out the C Street entrance. An alternate route is through the exit doors to the right and left of the stage. Staff will be observing to offer assistance to persons with special needs. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Department of Interior. My name is Tim Petty. I'm the Assistant Secretary for Water and Science here at the Department of Interior and the new chair of the task force. So I look forward to actually meeting a lot of you, a lot of faces I already recognize, which is a delight, and being able to join in a really great group here with the task force, and looking forward to a good, productive day. So with that said, as we're all gathering our seats, I appreciate just your time in getting here for a good day that will allow us to really talk about the specifics of South Florida, all the areas of the ecosystems, and a lot of good information that's going to be presented today, as well as hopefully some good interaction and discussion with the task force, as well as here in the audience for public comment. A couple of items that I do want to just take a moment and recognize, not only all the task force, which will go around here in a few minutes for opening comments, but the Commissioner Hurd from Martin County, welcome. I'm glad you're able to join us today, as well as from Representative Rooney's office, Corey Schmidt. So welcome. Thank you for being able to join us this morning. And then Governor DeSanto's office, Catherine Ann Russo. So thank you for being able to join us. Thank you, Catherine, as well as Ella Biggins. So again, I really appreciate all of you being able to join us here this morning, and thank you very much. So is there any other elected officials that I've missed this morning that are here as they've come in? Any that, yes, I'm sorry, could, oh, great. Yeah, thank you for being able to join us this morning as well. Sanibel, great, welcome. Glad you're able to join us today. Anyone else? If not, we'll continue with just the process and provide some introductory remarks for all of us here at the table. So we're going to go around again. For those who are still seating and getting settled in, my name is Tim Petty. I'm the Assistant Secretary for Water and Science. I've just been designated by Secretary Bernhardt to chair the task force. Actually, a lot of my background and even some work in Florida. I actually started my career working for Senator Connie Mack back in the late 90s in the area of Florida, and a lot of Floridian issues that I came up actually decades ago. So looking forward to meeting new faces and a lot of the conversations that are going on. And as I get up to speed, today's going to be a real learning curve for me, so I look forward to a lot of input. I greatly appreciate a lot of the people around the table here in the task force who I've worked closely with already for a number of years in my position that I've been here, going almost on 2 years now. So with that said, I want to actually do an introduction to a video that I think will set the tone of where we have come from and where we're heading, that I think you're going to find not only intriguing, but some really good overview of a lot of the accomplishments that we're already at. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask them to roll the video.
I've been monitoring wading birds for going on about 17 years now, and during my March survey flight this year, I saw thousands of white ibis setting up to nest. I've never seen that before. In fact, there were so many I felt like sort of a deer in the headlights. I couldn't even count them. So I went back later and looked at the photos I had taken and talked with some of our cooperators who also monitor wading birds in South Florida. And we decided that there were 10,000 ibis nesting at the Broad River Colony and at least 15,000 at the Cabbage Bay Colony. We haven't seen that kind of nesting in Everglades National Park since the 1940s. There were wood storks, roseate spoonbills, great egrets, snowy egrets, white ibis, little blue herons, and tricolored herons. The reason we think that these big super colonies have settled in the park is that we've had really high water. That's due to better water management for the park, but also partially thanks to Mother Nature. We actually had a really wet, dry season. And then following that, we had tropical storm like rainfall and Hurricane Irma. So we had really high water, and more water produces more fish, which equals more bird food. We then had a really slow, gradual dry down going into the bird nesting season, and the dry down made the fish really easily available to the birds. It's a great spot where Shark River Slough and its fresh water meets the brackish water. So it creates this really unique environment with the sawgrass meeting the mangroves. And the fresh water from there goes out to Florida Bay and the Gulf of Mexico. But it's a great spot for wading birds because they have two places where they can look for food. They can go into Shark River Slough and look for freshwater fish and crayfish. And they're also going out to the west coast and looking for crabs and brackish aquatic prey and fish that live out there. So the young ibis are just fledging now. They're just learning how to fly. They're flapping around the trees, kind of clumsy. They're ready to go off on their own. Wading birds are really resilient, and the sign that they're giving us is that if we get the water right, they will return. As avian biologists working on Everglades restoration, this is one of the targets that we're looking for. We want to see these big white ibis nesting events like this, these super colonies. It's just really amazing to see.
Well, I think that begins the good tone of where we're going to have some good conversation today. With all aspects of hydrology comes life with water. And so today, as we have lots of different conversations going on, I look forward to going through a process with you as well on a lot of different topics and items on the agenda. And so with that, what I'd like to do is pass it off to the vice chair today, Secretary Noah Wallenstein, who will give some opening comments as well.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for hosting. I think the two things I'd really like to focus on is sort of urgency and really being at the tipping point where so much change is happening and there's so much hope right now. And we appreciate, a lot of that. It's a great working relationship we have with our federal partners. Also in the state of Florida, I think we're at a point right now where there's a lot of joint effort on the environment, right? At the state, there's, I don't think, been this much focus on making substantial progress on environmental protection in years, right? So we've got a lot of work going on water quality in the state. We just had our first Chief Resiliency Officer appointed by the governor, just had our first Chief Science Officer appointed by the governor. We're getting record funding year after year now from state legislature for Everglades and water quality in general. And so I just hope that as we have task force meetings, seeing that we're at this tipping point, that we can sort of embody that sense of urgency, but also recognize that, now's the time to make sure we're making progress from one task force meeting to the next, because I think we've got a special narrow window at the moment to take advantage of and get as much done as we can. I think we all have recognized through our careers, there are points where you have the opportunity to achieve a lot in a short period of time. And I think we're lucky enough to be in that spot right now. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I look forward to actually working with you and the state and all of the local areas of focus that we're going to be having on today's agenda and into the future as well. At this time, I'd like to actually turn it over to Mr. Adam Gilbert, who's the director of the OERI office, and he's going to go through a couple of items that he's going to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, everybody. It's great to see everybody here. I know a lot of the faces and look forward to getting to know others. Without this group here, we can't move Everglades Restoration forward. Please silence your cell phones. This meeting is being webcast, and we can provide that if you need that information to send out to others. Please, when you're using the microphone, use the red button, make sure it's on, and when you're done, please turning it off. And there will be several opportunities for public comment. If you have not filled out one of these cards, please go back to the front and fill one of those out. And at the sign-in table, and providing the agenda item that you'd like to speak on, no food or drink allowed in the auditorium. And the copies of the biennial report at the last meeting have also been provided to task force members. We have a robust agenda, and with that, I will turn it back.
Thank you, Adam. I appreciate it. And I think what I'd like to do is just go down this side on my right on just opening comments. I really appreciate Undersecretary Northey joining us from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. I know his schedule is incredibly busy today, but I would like to just have him start off with any thoughts or opening comments.
Well, thank you, Tim. Thank you again. Let me add my thanks to everybody, especially those that have traveled here today to be able to be a part of this. Certainly very important and very, very important area, and it's important to have us all together. So my areas of responsibility at USDA are what we call the mission area of farm production and conservation. So that's crop insurance, farm service agency, and then most importantly today, natural resources conservation service. So that financial and technical assistance that's provided all across the country. And the great thing about it is it's very specific to the area that we're in. And certainly that's true in the Everglades. One of our most active programs there is Agricultural Conservation Easement Program, where we do easements on wetlands. We do easements to protect land that is in agriculture from being developed. And those easements help keep and restore the kinds of things that we all together have agreed on. They're often done with partners as well. Others are part of those easements and engage as well. And actually, Florida has been the number one, once again, was the number one participant in the easement program. This last year, it was a little over $25 million in conservation easements. We also have a program called Working Lands for Wildlife, focusing on several wildlife species from bobwhite quail and gopher tortoise, longleaf pines as a habitat for the tortoise as well, and so focus there. And then when we have disasters too, we have what's called the Emergency Watershed Protection Program. So following Hurricane Irma, over $80 million worth of cleanup to address debris and some of the stream bank stabilization, picking up debris, those kinds of things when a disaster does come through that ends up sometimes with a long-term impact unless we have a way of being able to help provide some financial assistance to be able to get some of that done. All done with partners, from landowners to local communities, and so certainly glad to be an active participant in that area. Thank you. Thanks, Tim.
Ron, why don't you go? We'll just keep going down to the right here.
Well, I want to say
There you go.
very honored and very humbled to, as a board member of South Florida Water Management, to sit here. And it's all about we, everyone that's here and all our stakeholders. My family entered Florida back in the 1800s, and I love the state of Florida. My grandfather was a game warden, and I entered the Everglades when I was 3 years old. That was about 72 years ago. And it's a great natural resource, one of the natural wonders of the world. And as we continue to go forward, it's important that everybody understands. There's 9 million people in South Florida that rely on the Everglades for drinking water, for quality of life issues, the fishing capital of the world, the boating capital of the world, 2 national parks and a national preserve. So it's all about all of us here today. We're the boots on the ground to look into the future and make sure that we have a quality of life for everyone in South Florida, and I am very humbled to work with all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Rain. I'm the mayor of Sanibel. I'm the local representative to the task force, been on this since 2014. I'm also the president of Florida League of Mayors. We have adopted water quality and water quantity to be our objective, to try to work in conjunction not only with federal and state partners, but where local players have an opportunity to step up and do their part, obviously on the quality aspects as we continue to look for funding for the projects. Certainly look forward to the conversations here today and the dialogue that will take place. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ed Smith. I'm the Director for the Office of Ecosystem Projects with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Our office is responsible for the permitting and authorization of all the projects that we're going to be talking about today, as well as having oversight of the state's funding efforts. And we are certainly excited about everything that's going on and the urgency that's in the room and in all of our efforts. And looking forward to the discussion today.
I'm Patty Power. I'm sitting in today for Jim Shore, the task force member for the Seminole Tribe of Florida. And we're happy to be here today. There's a lot of things on this agenda of great interest to us. In particular, the Corps' discussion about process in particular for the Western Everglades project, and also this afternoon's discussion on the Lake Okeechobee watershed restoration project. It was great to start this morning's meeting off with a really optimistic video, kind of reminding us why we're all here, and that it works. So I'm really hoping we can carry that through the rest of the discussion today and keep that focus. And just in closing, on behalf of Mr. Shore and the chairman, just wanted to acknowledge Adam Gelber as the first executive director of the task force who reached out to the tribe and came and visited with the chairman and the council, and then toured the Big Cypress Reservation. So that was greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank you.
Thank you. James Erskine, Everglades Coordinator with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. I've worked on many of the Everglades restoration projects we'll hear about today, and I've had a lot of opportunities to work in the Everglades, which has been a great experience, and I'm really glad to be part of the momentum in which we have today at the table. I also serve as your working group chairman. Thank you.
Bob Johnson, National Park Service. I'm here representing the Science Coordination Group, and so you'll hear from me on the priorities for the science side of the program, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. We'll go over here with Ryan. Yep.
Sure. Thanks, Tim. My name is Ryan Fisher. I'm here on behalf of my boss in the Department of the Army. He's R.D. James, the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works. Our office is responsible for policy and budget oversight, essentially, of the Corps of Engineers, just that Civil Works mission. Navigation, flood control, and most important today here is aquatic ecosystem restoration. And the Everglades remains the premier aquatic ecosystem restoration portfolio that the Army Corps has, and I suspect it will remain that way for years to come. So I look forward to all the input today. I thank the state, federal partners, tribes for being here, and we looking forward to a good discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicole LaBeouf on behalf of the Department of Commerce and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I'm very appreciative of being here on the task force today. I also appreciate Secretary Valenstein's comments about urgency and opportunities for progress at this meeting. NOAA has interests on sort of both sides of the ledger. We have stewardship and trust species downstream of the task force's projects, from pink shrimp to red snapper to eelgrass and the coral reefs that you'll hear about later today. NOAA also brings to the task force expertise in the rapidly changing conditions around our coasts, including those in Florida, with regard to sea level rise, subsidence, and other coastal hazards. And I really look forward to bringing NOAA's abilities to full bear on the work of the task force and on its success. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Mary Walker. I'm the Regional Administrator for EPA Region 4 in the Southeast. So really happy to be here with you all and with all of you here at the table. Our engagement with the task force is broadly deals with water quality. And I would second Noah and Nicole's comments that really the level of energy that we currently see is really impressive. We have seen strong support for our efforts in South Florida. In fact, in fiscal 19, our budget for the South Florida Geographic Initiative was doubled, and so we received about $3 million that we were able to spend on water quality projects here in this part of the state, which has allowed really meaningful work in research for HABs, for coral disease and tissue loss disease and research and restoration, and for seagrass monitoring. So we feel really positive about the energy. And then the second thing I would note that may be of interest to y'all is we are currently soliciting comment in response to the Habarka amendments on freshwater HABs of national significance, which I know is really of note to folks here. So that comment period is out right now. We will be drafting a policy based on the input we receive. The comment period is open through the end of the month, so through Thursday. So we're happy to be here. Thanks.
Good morning. Almost a year ago, we came to this building and we watched the Christmas tree lighting, and I outlined a few of our issues, one of which is not on the agenda today, but it has to do with the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow. I would say that the sparrow, which lives in the park, in particular subpopulation A, causes the S12A and B to be closed 6 months out of the year. That causes water to stack to the north in 3A, and causes discharges out the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee estuaries. And when Lake Okeechobee is full, they can't put any more water south, and the water can't move into the park. It deprives the western park of water, and Florida Bay dies of hypersalinity. And I would say that this year, the helicopter survey showed that there were no sparrows in subpopulation A. But they have funding to do helicopter surveys, and they went out they went out on the ground after they found no sparrows. They finally found one nest with 3 birds. So the entire ecosystem is being held hostage at this point to 3 birds. I said all this a year ago. No progress has been made whatsoever. So I'd like to, in fact, Fish and Wildlife is talking about relocating birds from their designated critical habitat on the east side of the slough to repopulate the non-designated critical habitat on the west side of the slough. I don't know if they're serious, if they're just taunting us. But we're not making progress on that issue. It's been over probably close to 20 years now. But I did mention it. I wanted to give you an update. Another issue that I talked about last year was the Western Everglades Restoration Plan. I said at that time we now know the phosphorus loads and levels coming in to the Everglades from the west, which include things like 200 parts per billion coming into the top of the Seminole tribe and passing through the L-28 Interceptor Canal, dumping completely untreated into the heart of the Central Everglades. No treatment whatsoever. I know everyone's heard about stormwater treatment areas and the great results they're getting. Those are ECP projects, Everglades construction projects. There are other discharges going into the Everglades that receive 0 treatment, and this is one of them from the western side. And I would say that we have actually stepped backwards in progress. We're losing ground on the western Everglades. The solicitor's opinion was issued this year, which talks about condemnation of private property, and so there was a big problem with stakeholder support at that point, because the enabling legislation of the preserve allows people to stay in the preserve. And so I understand that the Corps is going to come in today and say that the work planning is terminated. And if that happens later on in this meeting, I will definitely say Everglades Restoration is moving backwards. And so these are just a couple of the issues I brought out last year in this room, and no progress. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Maloney, and I'm counsel at the Environment and Natural Resources Division at the Department of Justice. We are very pleased that this task force has reconvened, and I'm honored to have been designated by the Attorney General to be here with you all today. This administration is committed to restoration and protection of the Everglades. In today's meeting, I look forward to hearing about the tremendous progress that is being made, as well as the next steps to ensure that the Everglades can be enjoyed by future generations. This task force provides a valuable forum for interagency coordination and conflict resolution among the federal, state, local, and tribal governments. It also provides an important opportunity for us to meet with our clients and counterparts face-to-face to discuss our shared priorities for restoring and protecting the Everglades. And we are very grateful to the Office of Everglades Restoration for scheduling this important meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you for each one. In a brief opening remarks, I think we're going to have a very busy schedule. There's always a process of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and that's part of why this group is incredibly important. And I so much appreciate each one of you giving service and making your efforts in what we do, not only the people here, but then your whole teams that are behind you working on these issues. Up front, I want to just recognize, I know a number of people have other places they also need to be, so as one kind of rolls out, we'll have backfill for some of the others, and we'll make sure that that person is recognized, which is part of your critical teams for each one of you that need to slip out during the day today. So looking forward to actually getting time with each and every one of you as we go forward. So at this point, to keep us on schedule, I'm going to go ahead and actually move into our third segment of the morning session, which will keep us on time. One thing that I do want to reference to the task force is between now and over lunch, if you wouldn't mind reviewing the notes from the April meeting so that we can, in this afternoon's session, go ahead and confirm and move those into the record as we move forward. So with that, as we move into this next and third segment of the Science Coordination Group, I want to hand it back over to Adam for some opening comments, and we'll keep moving. Thank you, Undersecretary. Appreciate your time being here. So, Adam, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. In advance of that, we'd like to recognize some folks here that have shown up as well from Brian Mast's office, Mr. Michael Weglin in the back there. Thank you for raising your hand. Also from Congressman Stubbe's office, Elena Clark as well. Elena? Okay, in the back as well. Thank you so much for showing up and being engaged. Moving on, so the task force has the working group to address issues that the task force brings before them. Also, as part of that advisory group to the task force is the Science Coordination Group. And we're having an administrative process here that the task force is going to have to consider under Charter 5A of the Science Coordination Group. Ms. Susan Gray has announced her retirement at the end of this year. She currently serves as the chair of the Science Coordination Group. Mr. Bob Johnson, who is here at the table with us, is currently serving as the vice chair of the Science Coordination. Susan has recommended swapping leadership positions with Bob at this current time. The SCG has met over the summer and has reviewed this and has provided a recommendation from that to support that swap. The task force is being asked to appoint Bob and Susan as the chair and vice chair, respectively. Sir.
Very good. Thank you, Adam. I greatly appreciate that update. And Bob, welcome to the part of the task force as we move forward. So at this point, what I'd like to go ahead and do is move for a motion, and then I'll need a second for any other further discussions on this point that Adam brought up. So I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Thank you. And a second? Seconded. So with further, we'll move that to the new chair and vice chair leadership as a swap. And is there any discussions that we need to have at this point? If not, we'll continue with our procedure. Bob, welcome to the chair of the new responsibilities. Looking forward to some good engagement with the Science Coordination Group. So excellent. So at this point, what I'd like to do is go ahead and move to actually our next segment, correct, Adam? Just staying on schedule.
Yes.
So we're moving on to section 4, which is the report on the working group and the Science Coordination Group activities. So I think this is what a lot of us have been looking forward to on just the progress report and updates. And so at this point, what I'd like to do is recognize Adam again, who will make some more further introductions. So Adam?
We'll keep this brief here. So over the summer, since the last task force meeting that was held in South Florida in April, there were several directives that were given to the working group and the Science Coordination Group. They have held several meetings located in South Florida where the bulk of the agencies are represented to address those matters. And James has been intricately engaged leading the working group and formulating those meetings and agendas and facilitating them, as well as the other members have gotten a lot of work done over the summer to be responsive to your directives over the summer. And with that, I will turn it over to James and Bob to start our first presentation on those occurrences with the Working Group and Science Coordination Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. And for the record, James Erskine, Working Group Chairman. Adam, as you mentioned, these are the priorities that were set out during the forthcoming meetings, and to keep in the vein of our assistant, to keep in the theme of our Vice Chairman, Mr. Valenstein, this is a little bit about the progress in which we've had in between meetings. So on the June and September meetings, joint working group and science coordination group meetings, we identified a series of priorities. We're going to hear a little bit about these today. I'm going to brief out on the first two priorities, the task force sponsored stakeholder workshop on the integrated delivery schedule and the exotic species action framework, strategic action framework update that's in process. And then I'm going to hand the presentation off to Bob Johnson to brief out on the additional priorities that are listed here. The integrated, during the working group and science coordination group team meeting, it was requested by Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds to host a workshop on the integrated delivery schedule, and that was sent to the task force. It was approved as a task force sponsored workshop unanimously, and the workshop was held in September of this last year. About 40 participants attended, and the task force has a strong history of integration and support and coordination with the IDS going all the way back to 2008, and then again during the 2011 update. And then the task force hosted a series of workshops during the 2015 update. So this was a continuation along of that task force and working group engagement on the IDS. The approximately 40 participants were present, and they were NGOs, agency personnel, and public personnel. Eva Valles from the Army Corps of Engineers provided an excellent overview of the IDS, and they rolled out a draft version of the 2019 IDS, which is a precursor to the information which you'll hear of this afternoon. Additionally, with the staff of OERI, we transmitted all the materials and the feedback from the workshop that was gathered to the Army Corps of Engineers and the South Florida Water Management District. Now, this was a big workshop, and it goes to say that it takes place not in a vacuum, but with not only the support of the Army Corps of Engineers, but also the facility host, the South Florida Water Management District, that hosted where we used the facilities to have the workshop. The second priority I'd like to touch on is the Invasive Exotic Species Strategic Action Framework. And the Working Group and Science Coordination Group meeting, this was identified as a priority to take another look at this product. This product was originally drafted in 2015, and we're talking about doing a refresh of this. So there was the Strategic Action Framework is organized around the invasion curve, which you see on this slide here, and there are 4 goals present: to prevent, eradicate, contain, and reduce the impacts of invasive exotic species. And this, both the invasion curve and these strategic goals are useful in addressing both plant and animal invaders. The Office of Everglades Restoration Initiatives is assisting with the coordinating these updates, and there was an introductory call in September where the agencies identified themselves and subject matter experts within the areas were identified, and there's a workshop scheduled for November 15th, for this November 15th. After the initial introductory call, it was clear that the original goals, objectives, and strategies that were developed for the 2015 document were effective going forward, and we don't really expect changes within the goals and strategies of the document and the objectives of the document, but more of a refreshing of the document to highlight some of the progress, the new efforts underway, and the collaborative nature of successful invasive exotic species control. We're going to hear a little bit more about this today by the presentation by Executive Director Sutton in the afternoon. One component of this priority will be the update and incorporate the web-based materials associated with the framework document to make sure all of the material is available and accessible and user-friendly for today's internet audience. Now I'll hand the presentation off to our Science Coordination Group Chairman, Bob Johnson.
So the task force has a strategy and biennial report that comes out every 2 years. You have a copy of the 2018 version in your package. A part of the biennial report is a series of system-wide ecological indicators, and you can see the 11 of them that are on the screen now. These are a series of indicators that vary with space and time. They cover animals, they cover plants. You can see they go from things like periphyton that have wide distribution and change very rapidly to things that respond much more slowly like emergent plants. This is the set we've had in place since 2009, so we're 10 years into the indicators. So we're going to do a review of the current indicators, and we're going to do that in partnership with the Recover program of SERP. That's the Restoration, Coordination, and Verification program within SERP. That has a much bigger set of indicators. Currently, of the 11 that you see, the red one there, juvenile pink shrimp, is no longer monitored as part of this program due to lack of funding. And the yellow indicators on crocodilians, the area that they're monitored has been reduced substantially. So we're already short on a couple of the indicators. Think of the indicators as a way to track restoration progress. And so we look at them every 2 years. We see if we're on track, if the system is responding to the projects that we're implementing as we move forward. So the process we're going to follow is we're going to relook at all these indicators, make sure that they're still appropriate, that we have sufficient data to support all of them, they cover the right geographic areas, and that they still allow us to detect trends that we can separate from natural variability versus what happens with the project. So there's two basic policy questions. There's one on basically how does the system-wide ecological indicator report get used and what can we do to improve its utility. The process starting up this year will be one-on-one manager interviews to go around and talk to lead managers to see basically how can this information be used better and get feedback on the purpose, utility, on how these features work. And we'll do that in combination with the Recover program. And then the longer-term process, as you see there, is basically how we're going to incorporate any revisions into the next round of biennial reports. We won't have this done in time for the 2020 report. We'll have it ready for the one after that. So that's the process we'll be following. Next, I'm going to talk about the Committee on the Independent Scientific Review of Everglades Restoration Progress, CISRIP, as we call it. When the Water Resources Development Act of 2000 was passed that authorized a comprehensive Everglades restoration plan, there was a requirement in there, a mandate, to basically have a panel to produce a biennial report to Congress, the Secretary of the Army, Secretary of Interior, and the Governor that includes an assessment of measures of progress in restoring the ecology of the natural system. And so we contracted with the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. They created this CISREP group, and they're on there. They just finished their 7th biennial review. We're in the third set of meetings for the 8th biennial review right now. They're meeting this week, so the next meeting is in South Florida later this week on the 31st and the 1st of November. And they've got a series of topics. I'm the liaison for the Department of Interior on that. But you can see the biennial reports always cover an assessment of progress on restoring the natural system, an evaluation of any specific engineering or scientific issues that may impact the process, or is something happening that's slowing it down. And then they look at a review of all the monitoring and assessment protocols that we use. How can we best match up the monitoring and science to drive decision-making better? And then they always have 2 chapters in their reports that are kind of special topics. And so I'll talk about it on the next slide to show you what the special topics are for this last round. So this is a summary of the recommendations coming out of the 2018 report. And we always make a point of, after we get a report, to have the Science Coordination Group work through that process and figure out what of their recommendations we can incorporate into our process to improve our performance. So the things they identified in the last report are they commended us for an impressive amount of project planning that was been done in the last 2 years. We've got a large number of parallel projects running, more than we've had for many years, which I think is a great place. They looked at where we are with SERP storage, and they said our issues with SERP storage are getting clearer, except for in Lake Okeechobee, where we're just starting up the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual. If you look at the yellow book, the original plan from 2000, we're short about 2 million acre-feet of storage that we have to make up for as we implement the last set of projects if we want to get the same benefits that the original SERP project has. So storage is the key piece here. You're not going to be able to reduce harmful discharges to the northern estuaries and send water south to the southern Everglades and estuaries unless we can generate more storage. So this is going to be a key part of how SERP moves forward as we implement this effort. They have been recommending a mid-course assessment to basically look at how the benefits of proposed SERP projects will change. This was an original requirement in the SERP programmatic regulations to happen every 5 years. We did one in 2005. We haven't repeated that, but we're on track to do a lot of the components of what that will be right now. So I think we're, under the mid-course assessment part, we're doing a lot of new sort of knowledge gained. Certainly the integrated delivery schedule that you'll hear is a good example of how new science is brought into the planning process. There's a series of interim goals and interim targets that are being worked on right now that'll show the benefits of SERP projects in 2 time slices, first in 2026 and then in 2030. And so that's a project I think will be made good progress on in 2020. So you'll see the results of that moving forward. And then there's ecosystem vulnerability analysis, basically identifying the parts of the landscape that are most vulnerable and probably need higher priorities than others. So those are the efforts that they're asking us to look into specifically. Last thing I want to talk about is a request to examine the better understanding of the freshwater flows to the southern part of the system, particularly Florida Bay. We've spent about $1 billion on restoration projects, mostly all pre-SERP foundation projects, and the freshwater inflows to Florida Bay aren't moving much. And so there's a proposal to look at the sources, seasonality, and timing of these inflows and see if we can do a better job to understand what the freshwater flow requirements are. Florida Bay goes hypersaline on a regular basis due to a lack of fresh water. And we're going to basically see if we can refine the regional and finer scale models to better predict what happens in that area. And you can see from this map here the freshwater flow sources. We get a lot of water going onto the Gulf Coast, but not much of that water makes it back into Florida Bay. And then the bottom diagram just shows you the relationship between coastal water levels and salinities. And you can look at that and you can see a perfect inverse relationship. So when you raise coastal water levels, salinity goes down, you get benefits. Now it comes down to what can we do to drive those responses. And I will stop there.
Well, thank you very much, both James and Bob, for your presentation. A lot of things that are being covered, a lot of areas in a short amount of slides. What I'd like to do is just open it up to the task force for any thoughts or comments, and then any possible thoughts on any of the other recommendations, and then I'm going to hand it back over to Adam to tie up this section. What I want to remind our audience is we will have a public comment period at the end of our morning session. So I think this will be the time where we'll have the ability to write on cards for you. So if you want to have a card, there'll be people available to get your thoughts on any of these comments on any of the slides or presentations as well for input. So with that, I just want to open it up to any of the task force members for thoughts on the presentation or any questions that you have for both either James or for Bob. Vice Chair.
What's the general funding gap for the 2 research issues that you mentioned? for juvenile pink shrimp and crocodiles.
I think the two of them together are probably in the range of about $600,000. So it's not a big lift, but, it's between NOAA's budget and DOI's budget where, we have a pot of money that's authorized in SERP, and then other agencies supplement that with work that they do. And it's basically just over time, the funding shortfall has been happening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Anyone else, thoughts or comments that you want to be able to make? If not, I'm going to hand it over to Adam for just a couple of follow-up items with his team on any of those thoughts as well. Adam.
I wanted to just reiterate the importance of exotic species control as we restore Everglades. It's always been a component and sometimes gets left behind by addressing, quantity, quality, timing, and distribution, and that we need to always, when we're maybe reflecting back on system-wide needs of water here, water there, is exotic species control, and that sometimes falls off the radar. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Adam. And again, a reminder, please take green cards that you might have. Write down some of your questions for the public comment here later this morning. So with that, what I'd like to do is go ahead, and we're kind of staying on schedule here in a good way. We're going to go ahead and move to our fifth open session with regards to the South Florida Water Management District programs and project updates. So at this point, what I'd like to do is actually do a introduction who you've heard already from Ron Bergerman on some of his opening comments, but I'm looking forward to just a program and project update from Ron. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Before I introduce Megan, I got a few comments. I'd like to say that Florida is ready to reduce the discharges with more storage and options to move water south. Extremely important. The Tamiami Trail, the progress that we've made with 3.6 miles of bridges, in a position to move water south, which is extremely important. When you look at the 1,500,000 acre-feet of water that flowed from the northern Everglades across Lake Okeechobee through the central into the southern Everglades, Everglades National Park and Florida Bay. Modified water delivery, like Bob was saying and James earlier, is extremely important. The important thing is for us to be looking at any obstacles, any missing links to all of the projects that we've built over the last 18, 19 years that would stop us from being able to utilize the infrastructure that we have built over the past 18 years. Obviously, that is critical to the water flow of the River of Grass, and all of the water that flowed south would minimize the discharges out our rivers, the Caloosahatchee, the St. Lucie, the Indian River Lagoon, where we have natural volumes of water going east and west, and compatible water levels with the environment, the ecology, all our wildlife, and all of our endangered species. So as we move forward under our governor's leadership, Florida is ready to work with our federal partners and all of our stakeholders to make sure that this critical connection of modified water delivery. One example is the 8.5 square mile area, which we have to resolve issues, whether we have liability to flood protection or we don't. And if we do, we need to sit down and resolve that issue. So when all the bridges are complete, we need to accelerate the raising of the Tamiami Trail. That project is extremely important from the aspects to be able to go into the second stage of modified water delivery. And that's when we will accomplish the compatible volumes of water going to Florida Bay, which all of us recognize the salinity levels and the seagrass damages from lack of fresh water. So With all of that, I look forward as a task force member here and as a board member of South Florida Water Management to work with our federal partners and accelerate these projects. Also, the EAA is very important, and under our governor's leadership, that project, if we can work together to expedite the process of what's necessary to break ground on that project, extremely important. So with all of that, I'd like to introduce Megan Jacosby, is our principal federal policy analyst with our Restoration and Capital Project Division. She has the lead on supporting our Everglades Restoration Program and matters relating to the federal legislation and policy. Today, she will talk to you about some of the SERP projects South Florida Water Management District has taken the lead on, as well as some of the state lead restoration projects that we've been working on.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Good morning, everyone. I think we've already heard a little bit this morning that we have tremendous momentum behind Everglades restoration, and we should be taking advantage of that. So I'm really happy to come forward and talk to you all about some of the projects that the state has expedited and is working on. First up are the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration projects. These projects are a set of projects that we work on with our partners, the Army Corps of Engineers. And it includes projects that are part of the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, or SERP as we call it, because who doesn't need another acronym in their lives? And then it also includes some non-SERP programs. So let's get started. First up is the C44 Reservoir and STA. This project is here to capture local basin runoff. It'll reduce nutrient loads to the St. Lucie estuary as well. The STA itself is 6,300 acres, and the reservoir is 3,400 acres. We are nearing completion on this project. The STA, which is under construction by the South Florida Water Management District, is on the cusp of being able to flood its first cells before the end of the year. And then the remainder of the cells will be flooded and in use next year in 2020. The Corps expects to be completed with the reservoir in 2021, and Howie will talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Next up is the C43 reservoir. The state began construction of this project in 2015. It's a 170,000 acre-foot reservoir that will capture basin runoff. It will also capture runoff, excess discharges from the lake. We just held a groundbreaking for this project last Friday, and apparently all the heavy equipment is on site, and so all the heavy equipment people that get really excited about that type of equipment are just fully chuffed, and they're happy. So we expect to complete this project by 2023. Part of STEP is the Old Tamiami Trail Removal Project. This project will remove 6 miles of the Old Tamiami Trail between Everglades National Park, Shark Valley Visitor Center, and the L67 extension. And what we're going to gain from this project is some wetland acreage in the area. It's also going to help deliver water from Water Conservation Area 3 into Everglades National Park. We are currently under design for this project and expect that we will be complete once we start construction in 2020 in 22 months. Also part of SEP is we expedited the construction of S333 North, and this structure will provide additional capacity to the existing S333 spillway. And it will provide high water relief opportunities and other operational opportunities once it is complete. We expect it to be complete in June of 2020. Also part of STEP is the EAA STA. The Water Management District and the state are very excited to move forward with this STA. We've already expedited some site investigations of the Miami Canal and the North New River Canal, which are parts of the project that will need to occur before the STA is functionally complete. We have also expedited design of the STA and expect to have that complete in early 2020. Just recently, in the beginning of October, we were able to work with the current leaseholders in the area, and the leases were terminated early so that by the beginning of 2021, all the land will be made available for the project. Next project up is the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetland. This project is going to restore some nearshore habitat for things like shellfish and fish and shrimp. It's also going to improve salinity distribution in the area. Dairying Estate is complete. The L31 East component of the project is, some portions of it are complete, and then the design of a pump station is underway. And currently, the Water Management District is working on the design update for the Cutler Wetlands. We are working in partnership with the Miami-Dade County to design a component of the Cutler Wetlands. We are currently moving forward with the Corps on phase 2 of this project. The project management plan will be available at the end of this year. And then, as kind of just an aside, we are also working on starting planning for C-111 Spreader Canal Eastern with the Corps, and we feel like that would be a good tie-in with the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 2 project. The state has also taken on responsibility for its own Everglades restoration program. We're doing that with STAs, which are man-made treatment center wetlands that help clean the water before it goes south into the Everglades protection area. And just really high overview of the performance for the STAs. This graphic is it'll show you an overall trend for what the STAs are doing. And basically you can see that they are performing very well in general with approximately 80% phosphorus reduction throughout all of the STAs. Notice that in water year 2018, we had one of our very wettest years, and that was due to Hurricane Irma and excessive rainfall during the month of May, but you can see that the STAs still performed very well. The next program that the Water Management District is working on is the Restoration Strategies Program. It's a plan that includes additional storage, additional stormwater treatment areas. It gives us a little bit of increased operational flexibility. And we also have a scientific research component of that program. So what I'm going to do is move through the Restoration Strategies Program by flowway. First up is the L8 flow equalization basin in the eastern flow path. And this FEB will improve performance of the current STA East, STA 1 East and West. It's one of the few places in Florida that we could build an underground storage reservoir as opposed to building up. And this flow equalization basin was completed in June of 2017. Next up is the S375 expansion. It will It will increase the conveyance capacity for moving water west within STA 1 East. It was completed in April of 2017. The STA 1 West expansion number 1 is designed to assist with the, it's designed to assist STA 1 East and 1 West again. These cells will have submerged aquatic vegetation and will increase treatment capacity in our current STAs. We began flooding and optimization in January of this year. STA 1 West expansion number 2. This project will also assist with STA 1 West and East treatment capacity, and we began design of this in October 2018 and are in the final design phase of this project. The A1 flow equalization basin, starting with the central flow path, was completed in July of 2015, and you can see here some of the values that we're getting for our water coming out of this FEB. So we are getting some subsequent phosphorus removal from this FEB. We are also improving conveyance along the Bulls Canal, and this is going to give us a little more operational flexibility in the system to move water east and west. Segments 1 and 2 are complete. Segment 3 is almost done, really close, and then segment 4 we just started construction on. And here you can see some work that was being done on segment 3. And last up is the western flow path. In this flow path, we have the C139 FEB. We started design activities for that in 2018. We also have earthwork improvements to STA 5-6. And then, not part of restoration strategies, but an equally important project to the state is the restoration project that you can see at the lower half of the area. So we have 2 phases to that project as well. And with that, I will take any questions.
Megan, thank you so much. That's covering a lot of different projects in a quick manner, but I'm sure we'll have plenty of interaction and discussions from this as well. But first of all, I'd actually like to welcome Congressman Mast, who's able to join us. Thank you so much. I think we'll have some availability to have you have some comments after the Corps' presentation. So with that, Megan, before we lose you, I'd like to open it up for any discussion or thoughts or comments. Megan covered a lot of projects and a lot of information. Yeah, please go ahead, Gene.
Thank you, Megan. And the Water Management District really has done a great job building these STAs, and they are performing incredibly well. I'm really pleased. All of those projects are referred to as the Everglades Construction Project, the ECPs. But what I don't want to lose sight of is there are non-ECP discharges that are going into the Everglades. These are discharges that receive 0 treatment. There's no stormwater treatment area associated with these discharges. And one of the worst ones is coming out of the western basins. And that's what the Western Everglades Restoration Plan was supposed to address. So while we're doing great work on this project, and the district should be commended, we still need to purchase the land and build the STAs for the western basins. This is critical if we're ever going to fix the problems of the Everglades. So doing a wonderful job on one side, ignoring the other almost. Well, we'll find out later on, but thank you, Megan.
Thank you, Gene, very much. Any thoughts or comments, Megan? I'll see if there's any other task force members who have thoughts. Yeah,
comment.
Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. That was a great presentation. And I'd like to just kind of put together a little layman's presentation in regards to why all these reservoirs are so important and the pretreatment of the quality of water. when you go back into the late 40s and we started to draw lines, and the lines were drawn and inside the levees were to be preserved, the Everglades. But when that happened, half the Everglades was drained. And the design was set up to pump the half that we chose to drain on top of the half we chose to save, with the same amount of rain as we had 100 years ago with half the area. So as we move forward with Everglades restoration, it's to store the water that laid on the half of the Everglades where we live today, for the benefit of water supply. And feeding that volume to the Everglades in compatible water levels with the environment, the ecology, all our wildlife, all our endangered species, and all of our plant communities. And as we continue to go forward, and there's been tremendous progress, thanks to the Corps and South Florida Waters Management, Everglades restoration affects 9 million people and the quality of our lives into the future generations. And it's extremely important that the public understands that. And I think that as we continue to go forward, it's important that we look at everything we've done over 18, 19 years, all these projects, and any missing little connections that's not allowing us to get the benefit of what we've already constructed is extremely important that South Florida Water Management and the Corps, we analyze all of this so we start getting the benefits from what we built today and we've had great progress. And I just think that's important so the public understands why all of this is happening. And for future generations in Florida, as well as the world, being one of the natural wonders of the world, it's extremely important, and I'm certainly honored to be here, and I feel very connected. Sometime I think I was born in a gator cave out there, and to work with all of you to make this happen, and all of our stakeholders.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate that. Any other comments or thoughts by the task force at this time? What I do want to do is just offer, because I know with the congressman time and being in session, so we're good. You can wait for the next presentation. Excellent. So I do want to recognize two people before I turn it over to the Army Corps with Ryan Fisher. Eric Sutton, with the Executive Director of Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation, was able to make it. So thank you so much. I know traffic and everything else keeps one busy. So thank you for being able to join with us. And then also Undersecretary Northey had to go back to a responsibility he had. And so Astor Boozer is stepping in. So Astor, thank you very much for being able to join us as well. So with that, what I'd like to do, we've got a few minutes. We're on good schedule here. So Eric, is there any opening comments that you want to make for a minute or two before we go on and pass it to the Army Corps?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to be here. I do apologize. Yesterday was my anniversary, and I was not allowed to travel on that. So, and some of you know my wife. I need to keep her. So thank you very much. I do apologize. But I'm looking forward to listening to the great progress, and I'm also honored I'll be able to present on behalf of Interior as well as South Florida Water Management District on a serious issue that I thank Mr. Gerber for putting on the agenda, and that's on Python management. So I'm looking forward to addressing the task force later. So thank you.
Appreciate it. And thank you. I appreciate you being able to join us. And I know there's higher priorities in so many other areas. So one of the things before I hand it off to our next presentation, I just want to recognize Senator Rubio's staff, Wesley Brooks, who's able to join us as well. So Wesley, thank you for being able to also join us. And so with that, I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to my good friend Ryan Fisher with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Both he and I work on many basins together. And so there's so many projects that he and I end up picking up the phone and talking about so many things specifically, and a lot out west and the Midwest and the Mississippi Basin. So there's so many conversations that we have throughout the day, it seems like. So with that, Ryan, I'll hand it over to you for introductions.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. Don't really have anything to add to my opening comments earlier. You'll hear from the Colonel and Howie here shortly on the importance of these projects the Corps has going on in the Everglades system. Navigation, flood control, ecosystem restoration. The Everglades, South Florida remain the premier projects of the Corps for aquatic ecosystem restoration in the nation, and they will continue that way. If you're used to working with the Corps, you know we swap out these district commanders every 3 years. Colonel Kelly's been with us in Jacksonville for 1 year. Sounds short, but you've commanded Walla Walla, I believe, right? You've done that. You've spent time in the Assistant Secretary's office as well. So we know you're stepping in and doing a great job for us. And with him is Howie Gonzalez, who I believe you all know as well, the program and project manager for many of these. So, fellas, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fisher. Again, I'm Howie Gonzalez, and I'll be briefing today on the Corps of Engineers program and project update status from my briefing earlier this year and a continuation through the Working Group Science Coordination Group meetings and continuing the theme of momentum, no doubt about it. We'll spend some time today talking through our program overview. We will touch on some projects similar to Megan did, with an emphasis on the Corps of Engineers projects and the ones that we're leading planning, design, and construction on. We'll look at our FY20 budget and talk about some key takeaways. So I'm often asked, why are we doing Everglades restoration? Why are we spending so much money, and why are we in such fierce competition with other ecosystems of national significance? And I tend to rely on the information provided on this slide to give that answer. I think it's all facts that we're aware of, that I know we communicate through the task force's website, EvergladesRestoration.gov, and just to emphasize the large-scale watershed program area that we're dealing with. The dots you see on the map there are reflective of the various projects that we're working on through the different authorizations, including the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan that we work on to ultimately benefit 2 national parks, a national preserve, a national wildlife refuge, and other federal and public lands. The 2.4 million acres in South Florida, including Lake Okeechobee, shows that we're not just dealing with Everglades National Park, that we are truly dealing with a system where water originates up in the Orlando area, as we know, and moves south to the lake, moves east and west out the lake at times, and then on south through the water conservation areas, Everglades agricultural area to Everglades National Park. So a significant program area that we're dealing with. And as we've heard before, I'm over 8 million people, approaching 9 million people who rely on the fresh water and the flood protection that the Central and Southern Florida project provides. Ultimately, the federally listed threatened and endangered species are a key component of why we do restoration, and there's no doubt we have a very robust agricultural, recreational, and tourism industries in South Florida. I want to spend a few moments on the program structure. We typically look at the umbrella of the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program, and it's understanding that within that program, we have multiple individual projects and we have multiple programs. All of those have separate authorizations, with the big authorization being that Central and Southern Florida project, which was authorized for flood control back in 1948. And the carry-on of the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, which was authorized in WERDA 2000. So within each of these program elements, we have various projects that support aquatic ecosystem restoration, and understanding that each of these individual projects are in some instances what we would consider a mega project. It's a project of significant scale, scope, and complexity that requires us to break them down into even more individual projects within a certain individually authorized project line item. So as we go through these briefings, what Megan briefed, what Howie's going to brief, it ultimately leads to roll up into the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program. So with that, we'll start with what we call the foundation projects, and you see those outlined in the darker bold boxes, and moving from left to right, the modified water deliveries to Everglades National Park, Kissimmee River Restoration, and Everglades in South Florida, critical projects, and then the Central Southern Florida project at C-111 South Dade. Those were projects, restoration projects, started back in the 1990s, and acknowledged that those projects and their completion would be then required to serve as the foundation for the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan and what we would build our CERP projects off of. So I'll touch briefly in moving from Kissimmee River restoration. Right now, our northernmost project in the program area has a significant benefit to the whole Kissimmee Basin as we look at over 130,000 acre-feet of a natural floodplain storage that we're opening back up. We did a great job, the Corps of Engineers, of straightening the Kissimmee River, and at this point, this restoration project puts the meanders back into the river, opens up that natural floodplain, reduces the volume and timing of flows into Lake Okeechobee. At this point, construction is very far advanced on Kissimmee River restoration. We've awarded our last construction contracts. We expect construction to be complete within the next 18 months. And ultimately, we're dealing with impacts from high water and storms. This project's a little bit different in that we are working in a riverine environment. And so Mother Nature and hurricanes and high water have made it a little challenging for us, but at this point we feel we're past those challenges. Some of the final backfill portions of the Kissimmee Restoration Project are underway, and we anticipate that construction completion and then 5 years post-construction monitoring to continue. So we often look at Kissimmee River Restoration as our crown jewel. The video we saw at the beginning could have easily been taken in the Kissimmee River Basin because the environmental response to that restoration project has been quite significant. The Modified Water Deliveries to Everglades National Park, a project that ultimately is in close partnership not only with the South Florida Water Management District, but the Department of the Interior and Everglades National Park, with the funding of for that project coming from Department of the Interior for construction. Acknowledging that that's the southern end of the system. That's how we're going to get more water into Everglades National Park. And it definitely consists of more than just the bridging elements, which are very important. So often when we think of Everglades restoration, the Corps of Engineers, South Florida Water Management District, it is acknowledging that Department of the Interior is playing a key role in building projects that are helping to restore the Everglades. From our perspective, our construction elements were complete back in 2018. And now we're working on what we call the combined operational plan. And that's typically how our projects move from planning, design, construction. Once we're through construction, we turn them over for operations and maintenance, and are operating and maintained in accordance with an operations plan. So the combined operational plan, scheduled for completion in the summer of 2020. It's a key element as we move forward with the Central Everglades Planning Project, and understanding that the operations that we define coming out of the combined operational plan will be the basis that we build Central Everglades Planning Project elements on, and ultimately have an operations plan associated with the Central Everglades Planning Project. So you'll see a lot of these projects, a lot of these components, a lot of these operations continue to build upon each other. And for us, it's important to focus on what's the immediate step we need to take in order to take the 1 step, 5 step, 10 steps down the line. So for us right now on modified water deliveries, COP is a very key part of operations going forward. The C-111 South Dade project is linked very closely to the Modified Water Deliveries project and is on the eastern boundary of Everglades National Park. Kind of serves as a hydrologic boundary to keep more water into the park and water away from the developed areas in the east. Construction was complete on those key features a little over a year ago, and we're finalizing the finishing touches on the C-111 South Dade project, where we expect that to be complete later this year, with the operations continuing forward. We are working on a project study report, a post-authorization change report, which will change some of the temporary features that were constructed about 10, 15 years ago into more permanent features, those features being pump stations. So again, the Modified Water Deliveries project, the C-111 South Dade project, adjacent to each other geographically, and work very closely together to keep water in Everglades National Park. Now we're past our foundation projects and onto CERP, the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. And you see a little more structure there, right? First generation were projects authorized in the Water Resources Development Act of 2007. The second generation being projects authorized in the Water Resources Development Act of 2014. The Central Everglades Planning Project authorized in Water Resources Development Act of 2016 with that EAA storage reservoir component authorized in 2018, and our current planning efforts. So our process sees planning, design, construction, operations, and maintenance, and it's ensuring that we have a consistent flow of projects in the pipeline in any of those phases at any given time to ultimately achieve the goal of comprehensive Everglades restoration, the plan that was generated 19 years ago. So I'll take us through first generation, then move on down through second generation to SEP, and then we'll talk about the planning studies. The Indian River Lagoon South project, that's to the east of Lake Okeechobee and supports the Indian River Lagoon and St. Lucie estuary, consists of several water treatment and water storage components. Again, another common theme of the importance of water storage and treatment throughout our comprehensive Everglades restoration plan system. And the key project we're working on and have been for the last several years is the C-44 reservoir and stormwater treatment area. So as Megan mentioned, we're working closely together, Water Management District constructing features, Corps of Engineers constructing features, and we're realizing that by working concurrently, not sequentially, by capitalizing on our construction expertise, the Water Management District's construction expertise, that we are able to accelerate these projects. So the reservoir is the main element that the Corps of Engineers is working on, with construction scheduled for completion in 2021. At this point, the stormwater treatment area, as Megan mentioned, is set to be online. And working, again, these projects together in 2021, we'll see completion. We'll have a couple of years of what we call operational testing and monitoring. That's where we ensure all the mechanical features that the project works. And then we'll ultimately move on to other elements of the Indian River Lagoon South project, including the C-23-24 and C-25, both with reservoir and stormwater treatment area components. The next project in Generation 1 is the Picayune Strand Restoration Project. This is one of our significant projects in Southwest Florida. You see the red line there across the top, that's Interstate 75, and this is adjacent to the Fakahatchee Strand State Preserve, and ultimately provides for restoration of over 55,000 acres of Florida wetlands and uplands. The significant components of this project include 3 pump stations that serve both a flood protection and an aquatic ecosystem restoration role. We're finished with construction of those 3 pump stations, and some of the last features we have to fully realize restoration benefits will include, you see that area identified as the 6 L's agricultural area. With us bringing more water into the system, we have flood protection features that we have to construct in order to keep those developed areas dry, and ultimately we'll plug the canals, finish the road removal, and start bringing the water levels up in the Picayune Strand. So right now we're into full design of the Southwest protection features and expect construction to initiate in 2020. The C-43 West Basin Storage Reservoir, won't spend a lot of time here, just to acknowledge that Water Management District's construction efforts and definitely using lessons learned from the C-44 reservoir and translating those across to the C-43 reservoir. And our role is to work side by side with the South Florida Water Management District to have some construction oversight and ensure that what the Water Management District's building meets federal standards, because ultimately the Water Management District will request credit for this significant civil works project, and this opportunity allows us to be there side by side and confirm that that credit is in fact will be afforded. We are working on a post-authorization change report to update the total project costs, and that's one of the items that we anticipate being available for a WRDA 2020 consideration. The Broward County Water Preserve areas, again, eastern boundary of the Everglades, this one adjacent to the water conservation areas that capitalizes on both water storage and creation of what we call a hydraulic ridge. If we put the water in these seepage management areas and impoundments, it allows it to stay in the system, and it allows the water that's in the water conservation areas to be less likely to seep and move to the east and the more developed areas. We've initiated and completed an initial construction contract, and right now our significant efforts are moving towards the C11 impoundment, a significantly sized water storage feature that's linked to both the Central Everglades Planning Project and water storage in that part of the system. And then the second to last project in the Generation 2 is the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands. Megan identified the construction efforts that the South Florida Water Management District is completing. And again, it's working closely together as the Deering Estates was constructed by the South Florida Water Management District. The Cutler Wetlands we're designing and the South Florida Water Management District will construct. And then we're working together to complete the efforts on the L31 East. So our last two construction contracts we expect to be awarded in 2020 with completion of that project in the 2022-2023 timeframe. C111 Spreader Canal Western project. This is another Generation 2 project and one that we keep on the books, but the South Florida Water Management District actually constructed and has been successfully operating that project for about 4 years now. So a Generation 2 project that the project sponsor actually constructed in advance of it actually being authorized. So again, a key element that's south of the C111 South Dade project and is the final project that serves as that eastern boundary, that eastern bulkhead for Everglades National Park. Then on to the Central Everglades Planning Project. We removed the designations of generations once we got through Generation 2 and acknowledged that the Central Everglades Planning Project was in itself that next increment of project components that would focus on restoration, getting water south from Lake Okeechobee through the Everglades Agricultural Area, into the water conservation areas, and on to Everglades National Park. We have the maintained theme of quantity, quality, timing, and distribution, and all four of those elements are captured within the Central Everglades Planning Project. That project, again, was authorized in WRDA 2016. The requirements in moving forward to construction required the completion of validation reports. We were successful earlier this year in May with getting the SEP South validation report approved, and we're working now with the South Florida Water Management District to execute a project partnership agreement. Those are the legal agreements between the Corps and the sponsor, the South Florida Water Management District, that allows us to move forward with construction. We anticipate South construction features for South Florida Water Management District to continue, as we saw in Megan's presentation, and the Corps of Engineers, SEP South construction contracts to be awarded in FY20. So significant progress on SEP South. We acknowledge the EAA reservoir, the Section 203, that was authorized in WRDA 2018 as a part of SEP New Water. With the completion of the 203 follow-up report, we got the project authorized in WRDA 2018. There was a requirement coming out of WRDA 2018 that we would look at the review assessment report that was prepared by the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works, and that the Corps of Engineers would support an effort to provide the technical, cost, and environmental compliance answers that responded to that review assessment. We're currently completing a follow-up report that's scheduled for completion in May 2020. The significant efforts we've completed to date, including a seepage analysis and a dam safety analysis that concluded that that project that was identified in the Section 203 was in fact, from a technical standpoint and an engineering standpoint, a viable project. We've just recently worked through the water quality elements that confirm the project in its role in the system in the Everglades agricultural area, combined with both the state's facilities and as our federal facility, and we're currently working on how that would ultimately be operated and cost shared from an operations standpoint. All of those items allow us now to move forward with the completion of the National Environmental Policy Act, the environmental impact statement that we're doing, and we anticipate that environmental impact statement to be complete in that April timeframe that will allow us to then complete the follow-up report in May. At this point, we are in the design phase, so the design efforts that we have undertaken to help answer some of the questions are also serving as the foundation for the design for the overall project, from both a reservoir standpoint, which is what the Corps of Engineers intends to engage, and the stormwater treatment area standpoint, which is what the South Florida Water Management District intends to engage, and all the other pertinent features that go along with building two significant civil works projects and linking them into an existing water infrastructure system. So at this point, the final bullet on my slide is that additional emphasis of linkage to the combined operational plan and understanding that completion of COP in 2020 is very important to allow us to move forward with Central Everglades planning project elements.
Okay, Howie, I'll take it from here. I'm Colonel Kelly. I'm the Jacksonville District Commander. This slide is basically a preview of what Howie's going to come back up to the table and talk about. Programmatic regs have us address the task force with project implementation reports that are coming up. Although these two, Loxahatchee River and Lake Okeechobee watershed restoration projects, not without controversy, have had significant efforts going forward, dealing with waivers to process to be able to get these things across the finish line. But we'll describe what those are, and we think we're going to be able to make those as we go. This one, the Western Everglades Restoration Project, I don't think I can add more to what's already been said. There is absolutely no doubt of the importance of this project and the effect on the Western Basin. And as it goes here, I'll be discussing why I'm moving forward with trying to close this one. So this is the timeline. The timeline, as our typical process works in order to expedite and deliver projects on time, we work under a 3-year kind of design study or study schedule. And this one, knowing the complexity, immediately got 4 years off the bat. So we got our first initial waiver going straight up, and then that's just kind of a list of all the activities that have been going on to try to figure out how to deliver this equitably across the board, so that all the stakeholders are listened to and that the needs are met. And just on the picture, you see the water features kind of in the yellow, and then kind of on the bottom, it's all about where to distribute the water. And again, that's been talked about a few times. And we're also talking rough order magnitude about another $1 billion. So challenges, here's where we end up. So we know this project by intent increases hydro periods, and we know to some degree how property would be impacted. We've done LIDAR, we've done some other issues, so we know there's an impact, and that's a contentious issue. Stormwater treatment areas, the current locations of them, and limitations of stormwater treatment areas, that becomes an issue. And then the water quality. As you can tell, the difference between where the features are and where the actual distribution of the water is, I mean, that's a 15-20 mile area. And again, we talk about water quality in the basin overall and what the level of treatment is. So in the timeline, in the previous slide, we kind of came out with the final tentatively selected plan in the summer, and basically kind of went around and tried to make sure that we could get all the stakeholders on board and make sure that we had a viable plan moving forward. And at the end of the day, after many efforts, we don't have a lack of consensus, and we don't think, and I don't think that this can move forward. The requirement I've got is to identify the fact that we can get this done. And at this point right now, I think there's too many red lines in order to execute. So because of that and because of the timeline, I'm initiating the process for what we call a study termination, which is basically to end the study without a chief's report. Moving on, not to belabor this, we'll get into a lot about this later in the process or later in the day, but this really is just a demonstration of how we intend to execute 2020. So that's what it looks like. Again, it's about moving forward, it's about a rapid pace, it's about resources, and this slide is something we're pretty happy about. I'm not going to go into this at all. We're going to talk about this ad nauseum later. So you can pull out your reading glasses, but we walk through this, and this kind of identifies what the sequence is to get after our goals and kind of how we could get it done in an expeditious manner. And then the key takeaways, I think I'm just echoing what everyone has said. This is a time where we've got a lot of support. We are moving fast. It is all about getting things in the ground. It is all about getting things done. We're pulling things to the left to the best of our ability, and we're really highlighting the ability and the attitude where everyone's kind of pulling together on the same path. And we got a great partnership, and we're just moving out. And sir, that's all I got.
Colonel, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate. I think we need to provide both of you oxygen. You guys worked through that very quickly and a lot of information to digest. And so thank you. Lots of questions to go forth. But what I'd like to do is just open it up and allow Congressman, just being attentive to your time. Do you have any opening thoughts or comments? Or love to hear some of your thoughts, but then we'll come back with a task force and go through some interaction with the Colonel and his team here. So there's a mic right there if maybe someone would be.
You want to sit?
Congressman, thank you so much for being able to join us this morning. The mic is yours.
Very good. I'm very glad to be able to join you all this morning. I literally had to go back with my staff and say, was it really just only over a year ago that we were doing this together and having some of the conversations that we were having? I'm amazed, literally, at the successes that have occurred in just over a year, the work that has been able to be accomplished, under the leadership of Colonel Kelly, who's been a tremendous partner, new members of the South Florida Water Management District Board, the change in direction and the pace at which direction has been moving on all accounts, from the governor's office, from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, from the communities, county commissioners, city commissioners. Everybody across the board has been moving at an absolutely rapid pace. And I look at some of the conversations that we had pointedly last time we had this meeting. And one of the big conversations that I had, and it was largely an A-B conversation between myself and former executive director of the South Florida Water Management District Board, Ernie Marks. And we were very specifically talking about the levels on Lake Okeechobee and what about those levels could be managed in a more appropriate way, considering that there are discharges to the east and west coast communities of Lake Okeechobee, largely for one reason, that is to protect the integrity of the Herbert Hoover Dike, which was at risk. And if we know that that risk comes at the same time every single year, the wet season of the year, then why are we not more adequately preparing for the wet season of the year and getting those levels on the lake a little bit lower so that we're protecting those communities south of the lake from potential dike breach, from potential flooding, and in turn protecting those communities east and west of Lake Okeechobee from the discharges that can go out to those coasts and the algal blooms that can come with them, the freshwater discharges, the unnatural levels of freshwater discharges that can come with those. And the response was almost immediate. There was a response from this task force to get to work on that. And in this last year, the Corps of Engineers worked very specifically with the South Florida Water Management District to accomplish allowing the levels of Lake Okeechobee to come to a lower level purposefully this summer. I want to say 10.87 was the lowest level that it came. And what was the result? We had one of the strongest hurricanes ever on record, Category 5 Dorian, literally on our shores. And in the face of that, the communities south of the Herbert Hoover Dike didn't have to be evacuated. The communities to the east and west of Lake Okeechobee didn't have to receive harmful discharges because of a change in management on Lake Okeechobee. Now, what's another reason that that's so incredibly important? We look at all of these projects and the numbers that were just given by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for the cost of all of these CERT projects. The cost to go out there and manage Lake Okeechobee differently, I wish it was a number up there, because the number that would have been in front of that would have been a zero with a dollar sign in front of it, because it costs $0 to manage Lake Okeechobee differently. We didn't have to go through Washington or the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee or other committees to go out there and say, how many years project is it going to take to manage this lake differently? We didn't have to spend 10 or 20 years to build something in order to manage the lake differently. It occurred because of an attitude by this task force of taking nothing for granted, leaving no stone unturned, and revisiting things that maybe were overlooked in the past, and it made a very substantial difference to the ecosystem of South Florida in this calendar year, not just in terms of the discharges, but also, or the discharges that were prevented, but also in terms of you take West Coast communities that in previous years weren't receiving the discharges that they were looking for good salinity balance because there was an effort to maintain those higher water levels on Lake Okeechobee during those drier winter months. And in turn, you had West Coast communities that were getting hammered 2 times a year. They were getting hammered by not getting enough fresh water at one time a year, and then getting hammered in the summertime by getting a deluge of fresh water when they didn't need it. And that was something that was avoided by this alteration of management with Lake Okeechobee. So I just wanted to say that the work in this just over a year time frame has been incredible and noticed, and it gives me more hope than ever before as it relates to our ecosystem, along with a number of other things that have gone on. You look at the state level and what's gone on out of the governor's office with the algal bloom task force and with the work that NOAA's been doing, with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And you look at what's gone on with the chief resiliency officer and all of the focus that's being putting on here in Washington with, although we haven't get those $200 million a year appropriations over the finish line yet, those are written, codified in black ink on white paper to move through the House of Representatives and through the Senate. If we can just get off of those continuing resolutions up here in Washington, those numbers are agreed upon for the first time in however long to get those dollars moving into this program. We have that momentum. The only other thing that I want to say is a couple cautionary things as we move through this. And some of the cautionary things that I would look at as we look at some of the things that occurred this summer with specifically lowering the levels of Lake Okeechobee was this. There is pushback. There are concerns on all sides, whether you're talking about municipal drinking water supply or agricultural water supply, recreation, irrigation, preventing saltwater intrusion, all of these other considerations that we have beyond the harmful discharges that occur that might contain algal blooms or cyanobacteria or microcystin. In the face of that, I think it's important that we ask one specific question for those that want to advocate for saying the lake was managed too low. And that is this one simple question for anybody that wants to argue that the Corps or the Water Management District worked to manage that lake too low. How much higher would anybody have wanted that lake on August 25 or 26 or 27 or 28 with Hurricane Dorian directly on our shores? Would you have wanted it an inch higher, 6 inches higher, a foot higher? How much water would you have wanted, how much more water would you have wanted on Lake Okeechobee in the face of that Category 5 storm directly on our shores when we know, in fact, we were able to prevent discharges, protect people south of the lake, and not have the kind of damage that could have otherwise ensued if there were too much water on the lake and there were, in fact, some sort of dike breach? That's an important question for us to ask as we're reviewing those management policies of this past year and those lower lake levels. One of the other things that I would ask this task force to consider is this. As we're looking at all of the different needs to get water moving at the appropriate timing and the appropriate distributions with the appropriate quality and moving south into different areas, whether it's the Everglades, whether it's into Biscayne Bay, whether it's into Florida Bay or other places, realize that moving water more rapidly south or holding more water further north along the Kissimmee or however we're doing that, that can result in a change in level on Lake Okeechobee. So my caution is this. If we look at where those arguments are coming this year to say we should not have adjusted those levels or worked to adjust those levels on Lake Okeechobee, I think it's important that we recognize it's very easy for those same arguments to be brought into play in the near term as we start to move more water into those other areas. Because if they result in less water being on Lake Okeechobee, then we're going to have the same arguments coming towards us, but under a different mask, for a different purpose, but ultimately because of the same reason, because we're adjusting the level of water on Lake Okeechobee. And that's why I think it's so vitally important that we deal with that issue right now, because of all of these efforts we're making to get water in other places. That argument will absolutely come up again. again. There's one other point that I want to make on this, and that's what I think is the biggest point of consideration for everything that we deal with here. When we think of any drop of water that falls out of the sky, that is a perfect drop of water. We mess it up. We mess it up when it lands on our beautiful peninsula of Florida and it flows across the ground and it picks up nutrients, and that knife cuts in a lot of different directions. And the thing that I think that we have to look at in terms of this, and this is not to pick at the Corps of Engineers in any kind of way, but to, again, acknowledge this as an accomplishment. We had in this last year the Corps of Engineers make an acknowledgement that they said, you know what, in years past there have been toxic discharges going out to our coasts of Florida out of Lake Okeechobee. That's an important acknowledgement because it hadn't occurred before. If we can't acknowledge the issues and the problems that we face, then we're damn sure not going to be able to fix them because we're not in the right place to do that. We had the EPA come out there and say, you know what? Levels of cyanobacteria exceeding 8 parts per billion, if you're a human being, don't come in contact with that. You look at these issues of quality, we are the ones that create them. And we are the ones that can uncreate them. We are the ones that can get rid of them, that can eliminate that. And I have a standard for water quality, and it's not based in any kind of scientific number, but I hope it's something that every single one of us can adopt. Because if we can, I think it makes every single one of these projects that much easier to accomplish and that much more effective. And it's simply this. If we wouldn't put it in the bathtub with one of our children, then we better do every damn thing that we can do to make sure that it doesn't end up into any one of our waterways. And if that is our policy, and we take on that policy at the federal, at the state, at the local level, at every single level, to get those nutrients out of our waterway, then the success that we're going to have on every single one of these programs is going to be immeasurable. So it's on that note that I would just reiterate that, and I hope it's something that we can come together on, because I think it's one of the important ways that we look at it as people with children and grandchildren. If we wouldn't put it into the bathtub with any one of our kids, then let's do everything that we can to keep it out of our waterways. And if we can do that, we're going to reach an amazing level of success that will be unprecedented. In that, I thank you all again for the work that you have all done in just over this past year since we saw each other last in this room, and say, let's keep that momentum going. Thank you, Corps. Thank you, South Florida Water Management District, State Department of Environmental Protection, all of you, Mayor Wayne, everybody, Seminole Tribe of Florida. There's been tremendous work coming together, and it's noticed on my front and I think every other front. Wish you all the best.
Congressman, thank you so much. Wow, everything without a PowerPoint. I think you have full ownership of this, and so I greatly appreciate your comments and your thoughts and input here to the task force. So with that, what I'd like to do is actually now open it up for the task force to have any questions. We've got Colonel Kelly here and his team that probably can help answer any potential questions that you have. So with that, I'll open it up. Janet. Patty, yeah, Patty.
Thank you, and thanks, Colonel Kelly and Howie. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about WIRP. So the tribe has a long history on WIRP. If you go sort of back to the origin story of WIRP, it was a combination, actually, of projects that the Seminole tribe and the Miccosukee tribe proposed in the Yellow Book development and was included in SERP as the authorized program. Our next high level of involvement came in December of 2012 when the tribe took a formal position to object to SEP moving forward. And the basis of that objection was the tribe went to the Corps during the SEP development and said, we need some water to meet our environmental needs. The CSNF project changed the hydrology considerably. It had a really big impact on the reservation as a whole, but especially a part of the reservation in the southwest corner called the native area that has been very highly impacted by lack of water to it. And it's a direct result from the CSNF project. Corps listened and said, we'd love to help you, but we don't have the data we need to be able to evaluate the impacts of delivering more water to the tribe, and we don't have the time to get the data. So we really weren't very happy with that answer, as you might imagine. So the result from the task force was to put together a group to review that issue. And we met pretty much from, starting in 2013 until WIRP was initiated, and talked a lot about what data was missing and what we needed to do, and then WIRP kicked in. So lots of meetings. I mean, you have 100 meetings in there. I don't know. I mean, there were at least 4 meetings, sort of team meetings a week. These meetings ran like a good 2 to 4 hours apiece. There was a PDT meeting every month. Jacksonville did a great job. Once we got rolling on consultation meetings, so we basically had like 1 consultation meeting per 17 meetings a month. So it was really difficult, almost impossible to keep track. So it was a big challenge. Like the Corps and the state, I mean, the tribes, everyone really stepped up, and there was a lot of participation. And this summer, we saw Alternative H come to the fore. And, there are issues with that alternative, but it's a SERP project. And you don't do a SERP project without a lot of challenges and issues. So we were honestly shocked and incredibly disappointed to start to hear that this project was being delayed, and then, to hear now that you're recommending to terminate it. We don't really see that there's any of the issues that you raised as a total showstopper. We acknowledge that you see a constraint on smart planning, and Secretary Fisher, especially for you to hear. Smart planning is a huge challenge when you're doing landscape scale ecosystem restoration projects. And it's also a huge challenge to allow the district to meaningfully consult with tribes. And I think if we keep going down this path, I mean, the other projects that you're going to talk about this afternoon, this is round 2 on the Lake O project, to which, by the way, we, in case anyone's not going to be here this afternoon, seriously object to. But, if we're going to keep operating under these planning constraints, I think there's a good chance we'll never see another SERP project make it through. I mean, these are super complex in scale, in the science, in all of the different stakeholders that are involved. And it's, I don't think we can give up because of a smart planning constraint. So, we propose that this project not go away. And I guess I should have said too, that the tribe very much supports it. There's been a lot of discussion about things that perhaps was misinterpreted, that the Seminole tribe didn't support STAs. That's not true. Do we have concerns about how STAs work in that part of the system? Yes. That does not equate to no, at all. So we very much urge the Corps to keep going on this project, and we urge the task force to support that activity, and that we can't, I get that the Corps wants to keep things moving, but this just doesn't make any sense. So I hope there are other task force members that will be able to speak in support of WIRP, and that we can come to some recommendation today to encourage the Corps to not terminate this project, and figure out what it is that you need, Colonel Kelly, to be able to allow you to keep going and get this project done, and possibly try to get something into the Word of 2020 bill that allows all that to happen.
I greatly appreciate your comments. And so any others? Yes, Gene, go ahead.
I'll get to the heart of the matter. The Miccosukee tribe supports WIRP. We support Alternative H, also known as the hybrid plan. We're very disappointed to hear that the Corps of Engineers is going to give up. WIRP is critical to fixing the Everglades, and we just simply cannot give up on it. I think the lack of consensus that was discussed here comes primarily because of the solicitor's letter that was issued April 15th, 2019. To back up, both tribes have camps inside the Big Cypress National Preserve. Public Law 93-440 guaranteed that the tribe would be able to stay inside the preserve. I'll quote one sentence. Notwithstanding this section or any other provision of the Act, members of the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida and members of the Seminole Tribe of Florida shall be permitted, subject to reasonable regulations established by the Secretary, to continue their usual use and their usual and customary use and occupancy of federal or federally acquired lands and waters within the preserve, including hunting, fishing, trapping on a subsistence basis, and traditional tribal ceremonies. The only reason the preserve was able to be established is because they weren't going to throw people out. The solicitor's opinion, it basically is a blueprint on exactly how to do that. The DOI solicitor's opinion asked for an opinion about the sanctuary community and along the western portion of Tamiami Trail. Now, in the west, they don't say Indians, but they're almost all Indians. The western portion of Tamiami Trail are Indian camps. And later, in the solicitor's opinion, it says, give us your opinion, but in doing so, we restate the need to be cautious in making the answers public. Well, folks, the cat's out of the bag. That's what caused the lack of support. When the camp members found out that it was Department of the Interior's intent that they would, quote, this is from their opinion, acquire property by a method that the United States itself may not use. Wow, what an underhanded deal that is. So we asked the solicitor's opinion. We asked them to give us some assurances. They weren't talking about us. We had also talked to the camp members inside the Big Cypress. And they know they don't have flood protection, but they're willing to raise their camps. They don't want to, one of them told me, just tell me where on the tree the water level is going to be. I'll build my camp. There's no need to condemn the property inside the Big Cypress Preserve. But that's what the solicitor's opinion talks about doing. So we're canceling a great program because of an opinion of an attorney at the Department of the Interior. This is really very, very disappointing. We have consensus on alternative H, and we'd like to see it move forward and not be canceled. Or maybe we can get the state to help us build it anyway. But we're talking about a project, a federal flood control project that routes water at over 200 parts per billion straight into the heart of the Everglades, and it dumps it in. We're talking about fixing that problem. So walking away for us is a non-starter. I would point out one last, if I could. I passed out to you all a chronology of the Picayune Strand from the tribe's perspective. Let me, very briefly, the tribe bought the Picayune Strand. It's on the southeast corner of the project, outside the footprints. They bought it in September of '97. And I think it was by 2002, the state had coveted that property and they wanted it. DEP proposed to buy the property from the tribe. The tribe actually says in Article 5, Section 6 of their Constitution and bylaws, it says that they shall not sell tribal land. They would have to violate their own constitution to sell tribal land. So naturally the answer was no. We asked BIA to take the property into trust, make it a federal reservation. They dragged their feet for years and didn't take it into trust. The state moved forward with condemnation property in Collier County based on a groundwater difference of a couple of tenths a foot. Not surface water flooding like in Big Cypress we're talking about. Groundwater elevation difference. They took the property, they took 805 acres away from the Miccosukee tribe so they could build this project. 805 acres is on the southeast corner. The colonel's briefing today talks about giving flood protection to non-Indians on the southwest corner of, I want to point that out to everybody. We condemned property, 805 acres of Indian land, and we're going to give flood protection to non-Indians in a similar situation. That really angers the Indians, let me tell you. They're not happy that they lost their land. They still want their land back. That money was put in a trust account with the United States for the Indians. They can't accept it because they're not allowed to sell land. So we can't even buy a new piece of property with that money. It's just sitting in an account that we can't touch. So I'm done with this subject. Sorry if I got a little heated there.
No, thank you so much for your comments. I'm going to pass it down for Ron for his comments.
Well, thank you. I would like to recommend that if the Miccosukee and the Seminoles have an interest that South Florida Water Management takes over the planning. I think it's extremely important. I live in the Big Cypress Preserve and have lived there all my life, and I think it's important that the quality of water that is coming in at 200 parts per billion into the central Everglades is extremely devastating to the quality of water and the requirements at the Tamiami Trail to enter into Everglades National Park. I think the culture, the heritage, the roots, the identity of the Seminole tribe and the Miccosukee tribe, and even the Gladesman culture that lives in that environment would not be impacted by the proper planning. Most of these in-holdings are on pine islands, in oak heads, on uplands. In order to impact that culture, you would have to flood uplands, which would destroy the environment to start with. And I think it's, I've looked at the hydrology, I've lived in it all my life. The hydrology is not too bad in the Big Cypress Preserve. The quality of water needs attention dramatically. The 1974 Congressional Act, when the first preserve in America, a national preserve, was established, if you look at the Congressional Act, which is the law, it included traditional culture, hunting, fishing, bird watching, hiking trails, ORV trails, sustainable access and culture. And that is the law. And I think we can accomplish all of it. And I think it's extremely important that the planning continues to go forward in the Big Cypress and take the 1974 Congressional Act and honor it, which it is the law, honor the culture, honor the heritage and the roots and the identity. And it's a very, very diversified habitat. And everything that lives on Earth before man entered lives there. Extremely important, and I would be honored to recommend this to our board to take over the planning of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Anyone? Vice Chair.
Thank you. And certainly we appreciate the district being willing to look at being sort of the meeting ground to continue conversations. To me, it sounds like there's a lot of consensus. I mean, certainly it sounds like everyone unanimously agrees it's an important project and an important goal, right, including the Corps. It sounds like there's a lot of consensus between the tribes on a path forward. While certainly it'd be great to have make sure that conversation doesn't stop, and good to have the district support that, right? That would probably then send you down a 203 process. That's coming back to all of us no matter what, right? And so if we're sitting right here and it sounds like we've got pretty close to a consensus, I just urge the Corps and everyone, again, strike while it's hot, see whether we can get there. Again, we each have our own shoes, and I think we've got an avenue to ensure that the conversation continues. I just, again, remind everyone, the conversation's still always going to come back to the same group at the end of the day. So if we've got an opportunity to bring something in for a landing, and we just need a little more time to do that, let's try really hard to bring it in for a landing.
Noah, thank you for those comments. Any other thoughts? I would like to have Adam give a couple of thoughts as well.
Thank you, everybody. Jane, Alligator Ron, that local knowledge is a big part of, I believe the decision-making science is not necessarily hard science, but that local knowledge is very important. We've discussed this at Interior, and our interest, as it always has been, is we've always spoken about over the last couple of months, is an interest to see this continue moving forward for the benefit of fish and wildlife and interior interests. We would, support that and the commitment from the state to continue on with this. What I'd like to just understand is there no other capacity in responding to Ms. Powers' question, is there another avenue? Is this the only avenue that we have available to us underneath this current program for WERP, or is there's no other avenue for us to take, which I believe, correct? Ms. Powers, was that a question?
Yes. Here we go. I think, we see this process as the sort of the Corps' responsibility to lead it. The state has raised the offer to do this under Section 203. I understand the tribe at this point is willing to entertain that, needs to understand better how that works. I think our preference would be to see the Corps finish what they started and get it done. And Noah's exactly right. I mean, it's 203, the way I understand it, is the local sponsor takes the lead on the feasibility study. It's still a federal project. So, we all need to figure out how to work together. I guess in addition to this needs to go and needs to move, given that, our perspective on the timing on it is it's been a really, really long time. And not the 3 years. I mean, I'm talking back, we can go back. When was that portion of CSNF put in 50, 60 years ago? We don't want to see a lot more meetings and we'll get to it later kind of thing, but some commitment to, to move it forward. And if there is any federal legislative requirements that we look and figure that out as quickly as possible and take advantage of this upcoming legislation that we expect to see starting to be put together this spring.
Very good. Thank you. Colonel, any thoughts or any other questions that you might have? And then we'll finish this part up. If you could just kind of finish up shortly, we need to keep moving.
It's lunchtime. So also mentioned were the EAA reservoir and, excuse me? Oh, I thought I heard someone. The EAA reservoir, the WERP project, the COP. I have comments on all of those things. I held my tongue during the whole thing, so maybe when at appropriate time, I'd like to address all of those things. So I don't want to mess your schedule up.
I appreciate that. No, we'll get back to those as well. Let me finish off with thank you so much with the presentation. We covered so many different topics and issues that the Corps is working very hard on. Actually, Congressman Matz gave a great kind of summation of just so many tasks that we are working on. We've progressed in a very significant way. We do have other issues that we want to take up, and we want to do that within the task of those, the task force here on those conversations. But what I'd like to do is finish up, if there's no more other comments to the U.S. Army Corps, what I'd like to do is then open it up for public comment as well for thoughts. And that's part of why I want to make sure that we do get some input. Any cards that have been out, we received some here. I'm going to have Adam help me through with some of the questions or comments that were made. A couple of items for those for the public comment. Try to keep it within a couple of minutes so that we can cover everybody. And if we cover everybody within our time frame, we can come back and have you ask some other questions as well. So the task force here is open for public comment or for cards, and I'll hand that over to Adam at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Petty. First up, and we'll do two of these at once and maybe line up at the microphones on either side. We have microphones about 2 to 3 minutes. We have several comment cards to be reviewed, so please be timely and address your topic specifically. First up, Shannon Estenos with the Everglades Foundation, followed up by Celeste De Palma from Audubon, Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the task force. For the record, I'm Shannon Estenos. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Vice President of the Everglades Foundation. First of all, it's wonderful to be here in the Yates Auditorium. It's a beautiful place, the Department of the Interior, where I've hung out for many years myself in my earlier career. I just want to add my voice on behalf of the Everglades Foundation to those who are supporting the Western Everglades Restoration Project. Patty took us through the history of that project and how it came to be, both from the Yellow Book's perspective and then when it turned into work. And it started here at the task force, and it was the two tribes raising separate but integrated concerns. The Seminoles raising issues about their critical project that they had invested quite a lot of money in and was not operating at all, and the Miccosukee tribe raising the compelling issue of the fact that their federal reservation is being impacted. Literally, they are being pushed off of their federal reservation by a plume of exotics that is impenetrable to man or beast. I've seen it in an airboat. If you haven't seen it in an airboat, you need to see it. If you haven't flown over it, you should fly over it. And that's because we have between 100 and 200 parts per billion coming through the L28 system and impacting those lands. Those problems were brought to the task force in 2012, and the task force responded by realizing there's a CERT project that could be marshaled to address these very important issues. And the federal members of the task force recognized their trust responsibilities. And so I'm really pleased at the conversation today. I'm glad that it sounds like WERP has support. We would be tremendously grateful for the Water Management District of the state of Florida to step in and help resolve some of these issues and get the project moving again. I would say that the federal agencies don't have the luxury of just walking away. You have a trust responsibility, not just Interior, but all federal agencies do, to the tribes. And I think not only is this project good for the tribes, it's good for the Everglades. And so we want to officially put our support on the record, and I thank you for the time.
Shannon, thank you so much. Just your history and your knowledge of this goes quite back in your service here at Interior. So thank you, and thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Celeste De Palma, Director of Everglades Policy for Audubon, Florida. It's an honor to be here, and thank you so much for hosting this meeting. I think these conversations are extremely important. And I also want to echo support for the Western Everglades Restoration Project. It's an incredibly important project. A recent study by Audubon scientists found that Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary is drying out too fast as a result of the man-made changes that we've done to this ecosystem. So their discoveries right now show that there are impacts to unique and rare species like the ghost orchid, but also to the threatened wood stork that roosts in that area. So their discovery shines a light on the increasing need for hydrologic restoration in the Western Everglades. So all the more reason to move forward with WERP, not to walk away from it. I think that it was said very eloquently by Shannon, but if you have a project that identifies needs for a region of the Everglades and you walk away from it, those problems are not going to be solved. They're still going to be there, and they're going to get increasingly more difficult if we don't address them. I think that we have a chance to move forward with this, and I urge you to please continue to move the conversation towards that direction. It is not time to walk away from it. I think that spending taxpayer money on a planning process and coming up with a determination is not the outcome that the American public wants or deserves, and I think that it's in your power to do everything that you can to move forward with that project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that comments as well. Any others at this point? Adam?
Thank you. Bill Cooksey, we have you up from the National Wildlife Federation. You didn't designate a specific topic, but providing that opportunity after that is Kelly Ralston. If you'll please proceed over here from the American Sport Fishing Association. Thank you so much, Bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Cooksey. I'm with the National Wildlife Federation's Vanishing Paradise program. I'm a sportsman outreach coordinator, and I work the entire Gulf Coast from the Keys all the way to the Texas-Mexico border. In doing that work, you come to realize that there are iconic places to sportsmen around this country. But South Florida isn't just an iconic place, it is a menu of bucket list places for sportsmen. It's the fishing capital of the world, and it draws anglers from around the country every year and around the world. Hunters and anglers are often the first to notice changes in our natural world. We've seen firsthand how too many summers with toxic algae outbreaks, lost seagrass, and changing salinity levels have wreaked havoc on our fisheries, wildlife, and economy. When 2 years ago I called the CFO of Strike King Lure Companies and said, I want you to go talk to Lamar Alexander about the Everglades. He said, man, I'll do it in a heartbeat. I love that place. I love that whole region. And it's so crucial to our business. The same with Brian Brasher from Bassmaster Magazine. This region of the country, and not enough people are talking about it outside of South Florida, but we love it, and it's crucial to us. We appreciate the historic $200 million investment made this year in the President's budget and appropriations bills for the Army Corps of Engineers for the restoration projects. Assuming they become law, the funding will be a game changer to continue progress made to restore the natural flow of water south and reduce toxic algae outbreaks that endanger the resources we want to continue to be able to enjoy year after year. The funding means we can complete the project sooner. There are a lot of projects close to being finalized, and these ribbon cuttings will show the nation we're making real progress on Everglades restoration. It's really important we keep this momentum and sustain and grow the federal and state investments to move projects forward, like the EAA reservoir. Thank you for working cooperatively across agencies to prioritize restoration of America's Everglades.
Thank you, Bill. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kelly Ralston, and I am the Southeast Fisheries Policy Director for the American Sport Fishing Association. We are the trade association for the sport fishing industry. And I want to say welcome to you, Mr. Chair. We're happy to have you on board and look forward to working with you. To put a few dollar amounts with some of the comments that were just made, Mr. Bergeron mentioned that Florida is the fishing capital of the world, and for the sport fishing industry, that represents an $11.5 billion economic impact just in Florida. So even if our companies aren't located there, Florida is critical to the success of our industry across the nation. We support 128,000 jobs in the state, and there are over 4 million anglers that either are resident or come to visit Florida for those opportunities every year. Water quality is key to our continued success in the state, and we are very appreciative of the comments that Secretary Wallenstein made earlier, talking about the urgency for action and the opportunity for progress, and I think both of those things are key. We're poised to make great progress in the Everglades in the next few years, but federal funding is the key, and it was exciting to see how he kind of lists the opportunities that we have with $200 million in federal funding, and the progress that we could make every year if we have a $200 million appropriation on the federal side. We applaud the state for its record funding and allowing those projects to move forward in an expedited fashion because of that commitment, and also a comprehensive look at water quality throughout the state. So with that, I'll just close and say it's encouraging to see that the Everglades is poised for such great progress in the coming years, and we look forward to working with you to make sure that we can get it done as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. We have Mr. Mike Elfenbein with the Everglades Coordinating Council. This is the last one for this morning.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I can't do as well as Mr. Mast here did without reading this, so I'm going to give you my best. Good morning. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to be here before this body. I am here as a conservationist, sportsman, and gladesman. My name is Mike Elfenbein. I am a delegate for the Everglades Coordinating Council, representing 17 conservation organizations in South Florida. You should know that if nothing else, the planning for WRP and the secret nature of the attempt to circumvent Congress and condemn private property, as documented in the solicitor's memo, has united stakeholders in a manner not seen since the Big Cypress was created in the 70s. The current proposed WRP alternative is a boondoggle resulting from the failure of this body to engage the stakeholders throughout the planning process. I'd like to address some of the stated goals of WRP and their contradiction to the intent of restoring the system. The first goal is to improve the quantity, quality, timing, and distribution of water. WRP, like other projects south of the lake, are merely treating symptoms and not the cause. The cause lies north of the lake. Unless and until we address this cause of nutrient levels, nothing will change. Reestablishing ecological connectivity of wetland and upland habitats. The ridge and slough system of Big Cypress is unique and does not exist anywhere else in the system. WRP may distort the rain-driven system of Big Cypress and introduce nutrient levels that threaten to alter vegetation. WRP will elevate water levels and cause flooding of upland habitat and decimate the species that rely on the habitat, including Florida panthers, their prey species, and even the people who use the system. Similar effects have been witnessed in the water conservation areas in Everglades to the east. Water quality is not assured, cannot be assured, and will harm the Big Cypress, already dealing with invasive exotics, including vegetation and pythons. As an example, you must only look to the neighboring Everglades National Park, of which 1/5 of its landmass, 300,000 acres, are uninhabitable by native wildlife, of which 98% of that wildlife ceases to exist, with no progress being made. WRP will use Big Cypress as a filter to remove nutrients and does not introduce already clean water, not the intent of the Big Cypress. Big Cypress was created as a preserve to preserve not only its completely unique ecology, but to preserve the culture and traditional activities taking place therein, inclusive of the indigenous and non-indigenous people whose roots run deep in the landscape. Another goal is to enhance water levels to reduce wildfires associated with altered hydrology. The system is fire dependent and fire is a necessity. Funding for prescribed fire is less than desirable. Currently, the agencies suppress fire when fire is needed. The system is already suffering as a result of decades of abysmal fire management. Another goal of WRP is to increase recreational opportunities. WRP in no way increases recreational opportunities and only works to restrict and eliminate access that already exists. This needs to follow the guidelines established in the amended Big Cypress Act. Since the issue of taking cabins and private property was raised, this must mean there's an expectation to have too much water sent to Big Cypress. Yes, more water is needed, but in the correct volumes and times of the year. But history has shown that once water facilities are built, the management of these facilities harm areas like the Everglades north of US 41, Everglades National Park, and Florida Bay, and thus it is only natural to believe they will harm the Big Cypress. The planning for this project was done in secret, just as everything else has been done in the past. The only thing wrong with the Big Cypress currently is the management by the National Park Service and its inability to properly manage the resource, compounded by the complete lack of trust because of the ingrained methodology followed by the National Park Service when dealing with the people who use, love, protect, and enjoy and live in the Big Cypress. The boundaries discussed in WRP are nothing more than random lines. The western boundary is a buggy road. Water will flow and fill up all the way to Turner River Road. It is nearly impossible to send this water south from Big Cypress. No discharge mechanism is in place and never will be. WRP doesn't address the problems Big Cypress faces. It simply creates more problems. The process is broken. There is a significant disconnect between those of you making decisions here in DC and the conditions and issues on the ground in the places you're making decisions for. Going forward, you may consider not just a working group made up of government entities, but instead a stakeholder group comprised of the people these projects will directly affect. More importantly, I believe the next task force meeting should be held in the Glades, where you all could be present while making the decisions for the places you have proposed to permanently alter. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mike, for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to submit? I remind you that there will be another public comment period later this afternoon after our meetings and presentations as well that are going to take place after lunch. So with that, I'd like to come back. We've got a few more minutes with the task force here to just summarize and follow up with any morning sessions, any morning questions that we might have that just deal with the openness. Obviously, there is so many different projects that are being discussed here that I want to make sure that we have full capability. Gene, you had made some interest in talking about some other different projects, so I'll turn that back over to you for a couple of other comments.
All right, thank you very much. The first topic I'd like to discuss is the EAA reservoir. The tribe objected to Senate Bill 10, and we made comments to the post-authorization change report, which I've given you a copy of. It outlines all of the reasons that the tribe objects to the EAA reservoir. We believe it's in the wrong place to start with. Yes, we need more storage, but we need it north of the lake. So first of all, it's in the wrong spot. Secondly, it's 23 feet deep. That entire footprint was supposed to be a 3 or 4 foot deep reservoir. You get water quality treatment from vegetation when you have shallow reservoirs. You get no water quality treatment in 23 feet deep reservoirs. No plants can grow their roots that far. And so 43% more water will come down into the conservation area, according to the Corps' analysis. And with that much water coming in, even treated on the side STA, which is just a portion, still increases in a 36% increase of phosphorus going onto tribal lands in Conservation Area 3. Now, we've all been fighting phosphorus for decades, trying to stop the phosphorus, but the EAA reservoir results in more phosphorus going onto tribal lands. This is a big issue for us. And another issue is that tribal graveyards, there are grave sites right in the middle of the footprint, and they're going to be buried under 23 feet of water, and that is a big cultural violation for the tribe. Now, in some of the smaller STAs, they were able to make accommodations by going around it or building containments or whatnot. There's not going to be a way to do that under a 23 foot of water. So very briefly, we object to the EAA reservoir. I'll move on to the next topic, and that has to do with the combined operations plan. This was briefed as part of the Mod Waters project. We're trying to figure out how to operate the system now that it's half built and the other half's not built. This graphic that I passed out here is an analysis that was done by the Corps of Engineers at our request about will we be able to even get our airboats out of the L-29 canal along Tamiami Trail. And the answer is there will be more water distributed over here into Shark River Slough, but at the expense of Conservation Area 3A, we won't even be able to get the airboats out of the canal to go onto tribal land. A significant amount of time. And so this was based on a 41-year period of record. 11 out of those years, we will not be able to access tribal land. So the tribe has 300,000 acres, but you can't go there. You can't visit your islands, you can't go to your homes, you can't grow corn for your ceremonies, you can't practice your religion. This combined operating plan, what they're calling alternative Q, when we bring this up, they say, well, there's going to be more water coming in 8 to 10 years. So I think I'm supposed to go tell my chairman, don't worry about going to visit your lands for 8 to 10 years. So we have a serious concern with how the system is going to be operated. This comes about because we built these big bridges to pass the water into Shark River Slough, but we haven't supplied the water that's going to come down to supply that water yet. And then they took Conservation Area 3B out of the program and replaced it with SEP. And so the water, instead of flowing from 3A into 3B and then down Shark Slough and following the natural flow, what does the water do today? It flows down south to the Tamiami Trail, where the S12 gates are closed to protect the sparrow. It makes a 90-degree left-hand turn. It flows 10 miles to the east. It makes another 90-degree right-hand turn to go under the bridges to Shark River Slough. There's nothing natural about what we're doing to the Everglades today. So that's my comments on COP. As far as Lake Okeechobee and what water levels should or shouldn't be, I've passed out some water levels so you'll understand what the impacts to lowering the lake are. When the lake's between 17 and a quarter to 15 and a half, we have some safety for the dike. When it's about 15 and a half to 12 and a half, we're really in the Goldilocks zone, the ideal conditions. Best for the ecology, best for the fish, the aquatic life, the habitat. It keeps the STAs hydrated. We can't let the STAs dry out or it exports nutrients. And when you're down to 12 and a half to 10 feet, you're actually in the water shortage band. And when you're below that, when you're down into 10 and a half, 9 and a half, we have severe water restrictions, risk of permanent damage to well fields, public water utilities, drinking water supply, water shortage restrictions, wildlife deaths in the conservation area, including endangered species, permanent soil loss, muck fires, and anyway, saltwater intrusion if we go further than that. The point being, I'll wrap up very fast, that lake is the liquid heart of the entire South Florida. We cannot manage Lake Okeechobee for one group of people, for one, has to be a balanced approach. And because of that, the tribe supported the commitments that were made. That's why I have one last letter here. This is the August 23rd letter that you have. Because of the balanced approach, we supported Colonel Kelly's deviation because he assured the tribe in his draft EIS and finding of no significant impact that the STAs would remain hydrated, that we would not overly drain out the conservation areas, and that the harmful algal blooms were just part of the picture. We were going to look at the entire system. And I think that's what we have to do. Instead of just asking to keep the lake at an artificially low level, we have to look at all of the factors in South Florida. Thank you very much.
Gene, thank you so much for your comments. Any other member would like to? Patty, yes. I feel we're going back and forth here, so.
I don't know. I have so much trouble with this. So, if we could have some sort of wrap-up on the WERP discussion, otherwise it was sort of a pointless discussion. And I guess I'd be really interested to hear, if the Corps has some sort of a response. But that's it.
Thank you. So Ryan, I'll get.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Patty, for the questions. I think the Corps' response, and if Colonel Kelly wants to make another remark, I'd certainly welcome that. But I think he's kind of the victim of Army terms, right? He talks about terminating the study. We're not talking about terminating the dialogue and terminating everybody's interest here and moving clean water to the right places it's supposed to be. So, the Corps, I believe, is open. Colonel Kelly's open to future paths. We've started a study that's probably produced some viable information, and we don't want to just ignore that, right? There's probably some good stuff in there that if we do choose another path, we want to be able to use that information we've already got. So we certainly want to be helpful. Colonel, if you have anything else to add to that.
Yes, sir, absolutely. I mean, so I think from the slide I had earlier, which listed probably three predominant, if I remember right, three predominant issues. I think two of them have gone away. I think we've got consensus pretty much across the board on a couple of them. I think the property issue remains. So So I think after this, hearing a level of consensus that perhaps I didn't hear before, we could at least take a look at what that means and then try to figure out how we could potentially move forward. But in very short order, my responsibility is to define a scope, cost, and schedule that we could execute with a high probability of success. Until today, could not have done that. Cautiously optimistic that that's possible, but basically everyone's got to sign up for what we have right now. And if we could potentially overcome the property issue, maybe that's okay. And if not, then it's going back towards a reformulation. And the way we would do that would be to terminate this study and then re-engage, perhaps with a better understanding of what those red lines are before we walk through that gate so that we could get something reasonable out the door. Either way, as the Secretary mentioned earlier, we are at the table. We are fully committed to dealing with the issues in the Western, as has been so eloquently stated so far. It's just an issue of how to get it across the finish line. And so we'll absolutely engage, and I can come back pretty quick in short order to define if we think that there's success or if we need to actually continue with this process and try to get to another reformulation.
So can I just ask a clarifying question? So where we are is alternative H?
Where we are is alternative H, yes, ma'am.
So comments from you, Vice Chair, on this, and I'll sew it up.
Sure. So it sounds like we've got everyone willing to work as a group between federal and state agencies. And if I hear correct, sounds like you need to, the Corps is willing to look at option H, see if there's language about property rights around that can be phrased correctly or looked at, or how that option could move forward. And if not, you have the state willing to start a planning process or the Corps willing to redo. I do think we just need to look at, as a group working together, how can we get to the end as quickly as possible? It sounds like the Corps being willing to take one last look at this with the tribes is probably the best step forward in the shorthand. And then, Colonel, if you'll let the district and the department, I guess in the task force through Adam, know where that ends, then we would know the next steps to come in behind. Does that sound like a reasonable path forward?
They'll be at the table when we do the discussion.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair. I think, Gene, if I could, just to finish up, let's keep this conversation going for the sake so we can get back for the afternoon session as well. We can have more time for comments. But what I'd like to do actually is see if we could actually have a motion for just the continual work. I'd like to offer it over to Director Gilbert on just putting together the next steps. We'll take the existing report that the Colonel has put together, and then we'll take that and then look at those next inputs for the next session of good conversation. So if we could do that, that's what I would recommend, but I would need a motion to take those first steps. Vice Chair?
I'll give a motion of support.
And a second? Second? Very good. So with that, we'll move forward in getting that. I'll move it over to the director here so that we can have those next steps and process it. Thank you so much, actually, for your report and input. Thank you, Colonel. Yes. We will then now open that for the motion and second. So we'll open up for a vote for all those in favor.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, that's what we'll do. So we'll put it back into the hands of the director for next steps and taking the existing report and moving forward for those next step in discussions, and then report back at our next meeting on those updates from Adam and your team.
Thank you. Productive discussion, and I'm glad to see that we have a pathway forward on this important project, that it's setting a precedent that we can continue staying at the table here and working through these important projects. Obviously, we'll stay engaged on this, and I'd like to be able to try to propose that we set the next task force meeting that we'll be working for to come back with that response and that firm plan and how that looks forward to. It may be an aggressive time frame, but it may not be possible. But we're going to work towards that very closely. to be able to provide everybody here some framework of where this is headed. That may be a bit aggressive again, but
Adam, thank you so much. So what I'd like to propose is go ahead and take a break here for lunch.
Could I have one comment?
Yes, Ron,
Before you
please.
move on? As we continue to go forward in the planning, whether it's the Corps, South Florida Water Management, a combination of both, I think it's extremely important that going forward with the Big Cypress Preserve, so all the stakeholders understand that it's important that we honor the Congressional Act of 1974. We understand that there's cultural with the Indians, both our tribes, and the Gladesmen that live in that environment. And it's important that we recognize that the Big Cypress is not ridge and sloughs. It's not like the river of grass where water flowed for millions of years. It's pockets of wetlands and pockets of uplands. So quality of water is a big issue, and it needs to be addressed. When you're looking at the hydrology, and I've looked at it my whole life, I live in it. I actually live in the headwaters of the Kissimmee Billy Strand, one of the most famous cypress swamps in all of Florida. 500-year-old cypress trees, and I see the hydrology every year. You can see it on the tree line. The hydrology, we have to be very careful with. Basically, you have, I've seen the hydrology operating very compatible, couple of inches above normal at times, but very compatible with that environment where you have panthers and bears and nearly 2,000 bears in the Big Cypress. Very pristine habitat. And so as we do continue forward, we need to recognize and respect the cultural aspects, and we need to be very careful on the hydrology. And I think the quality of water definitely needs tremendous improvement. And I think the inn holders that are there, 90% of them are on uplands. Understand that the Big Cypress is 50% uplands, 50% wetlands. It's not 95% wetlands in the river of grass with 5% uplands. So as we continue to go forward, it's important that all of the pushback that we were getting from stakeholders and concerns, that we take their concerns into consideration as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those final comments. What I'd like to do is go ahead and break for lunch, and we will come back at 1:45. Adam, you had one or two things of comments, and to remind the task force, we will be voting on the minutes of April when we come back.
yeah, just to briefly remind you that the Bison Bistro located at the lower level is available here in the main interior building, and there was a list of additional restaurants at the sign-in table. And again, we'll be starting up promptly at 1:45. Thank you all for your attendance this morning.
If everyone, should be good.
You should have everybody on like a text message.
That works. It's a good idea. Hold on one second.
Huh? Did he respond?
I've heard a lot of talk about this.
There we go.
Thank you, everybody. If we could take up, we've got a full afternoon. Glad everyone is able to enjoy all the conversations that are taking place, and hopefully everyone had a nice lunch and interaction with some colleagues as well. So I think we're gathering back. It looks like our panel and task force is all resuming back, which is great. So I really appreciate the really good, productive morning that we were able to have. The comments, continue to remember to ask for any of the bluish-green cards if you want to have comments. We're going to have one more public comment period at the end of the afternoon session, so that's just a reminder for everybody to be thinking about good questions. Also, for the task force here, remember to try to use the mic. We actually have a good collection of people online that are using the internet to follow us and track with us. And I've been communicated that those who don't talk into the mic, the people on the internet can't hear. And you all have such great things to say. It's important that you be heard. So that's just a good reminder for all of us in the digital world, and I think it's a great way to be communicating for a lot of the people back in Florida who are not able to make it up here, who can still hear what the task force is doing up here on a regular basis. That's a big part of what we want to make sure is that we have plenty of open comments and public interaction and engagement on what this task force is all about. So with that, I want to get started on this afternoon's itinerary. It's going to be a lot of stuff to cover. We're going to have the U.S. Army Corps back again this afternoon. So actually, I would be introducing Ryan Fisher with the Army Corps. Had to get back for some other meetings. So today, this afternoon, we have Gib Owens, right? So welcome, Gib. Glad you're able to join with us. So the first thing I almost forgot is our minutes, right? So with that said, we got a full panel, and so we got a quorum to go ahead and vote. So I want to open it up for a motion. Everyone has been able to go through the minutes. I had a great education on your last meeting, so I enjoyed reading those minutes last week as well. So with that, any comments, first of all, on the minutes on April? If no comments, I'm going to need a motion.
Motion to approve the April minutes.
Motion, I need a second. Seconded, so motion and seconded. At that point, let's go ahead and all those in favor of moving the April minutes forward, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, it's approved, and so we'll put those back into the minutes and into the record. So thank you, everyone, for that. So with that, I'm going to open it back up and first of all, see if there's any comments that I want to make with the task force before we go into our first presentation with the Army Corps. So just holding it open for a minute for opening comments for the afternoon session. Seeing and hearing none. Appreciate all the work that you guys were able to do this morning and thoughts and good insights. I greatly appreciate the interaction there. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Gib Owens, who will be then introducing our afternoon first discussion and PowerPoint presentation. Gib, it's all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Petty. We're going to hear about the annual update to the integrated delivery schedule. It was last updated in July of 18, and Ava Velez is going to come up brand new to the Corps, but she'll be familiar to you all from her past life.
How's that? Oh, there we go. That's great. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the task force. It's an honor for me to be here and brief you on this year's update to the integrated delivery schedule. I'm very happy to be joined by my partner, Megan Jacoby. So Mr. Owens didn't really talk about her, but she's definitely here with me to answer any questions about the state. I will be walking you through the slides, and so this is a little bit of an interactive discussion, and so I want to make sure all of you have in your packet this 11 by 17 that has two sides, which is the subject of our discussion today, and it looks pretty scary, but I'm going to make it as painless as possible, I promise. Okay, great. Looks like we're all together. As we begin our discussion, I want to make sure that I highlight many of the things that were discussed in the morning and how the integrated delivery schedule is our snapshot into the future. We did a lot of discussion about the great work that all of our agencies and scientists and engineers have done up to this year in our 20 budget. And this is a snapshot into the next 10 years. Where do we think we can make the most progress? Where does the science tell us we should invest? And fiscal year 20 to 30, I'm going to walk you through by region where these projects are located. So I'm going to contextualize this a little bit. First, the purpose. It is to, again, help us all come together to integrate all of the projects that are as part of the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program for the next 10 years. It isn't a placemat or a document that tells you the whole story of restoration, because our story of restoration is quite long. And so a lot of folks, when they look at this, they wonder, where are all of the other projects that we do together? And I just want to make sure that's real clear. This is a forward-looking document of how we plan to do the projects. So that's one of the most important things to remember. The history of the integrated delivery schedule began with the Yellow Book. When it was authorized in 2000, inside of that Yellow Book, there was an implementation schedule that took about 35 years to complete all the 68 components of SERP. But recognizing that the success of SERP sits on the shoulders of foundation projects that were authorized prior to that, we all came together and did an integrated delivery schedule, said we must have modified water deliveries, we must have C111 South Dade, we must have Kissimmee Restoration, and that is needed in order for SERP to be successful. So just wanted to make sure, even though it's a little confusing with all the acronyms, that came and it has its roots in the Yellow Book, and then we grew to put everything together. In the Yellow Book, there was an assumption that in order for us to implement those 68 components in 35 years, it would take about $200 million on either side, the fed and non-fed. So for many of us that hear that number, it does have its roots in that original Yellow Book. We thank you for helping us to get the word out, to engage the public in a real way, and have a public workshop this year. I think that same photo was in the previous presentation, so that was great. We had a lot of good feedback, and I will point to one of the things that made this version of the placemat better as a result of having that meeting. And so if you look at the top of it, it has on the front page, it has the years, fiscal year 20 through fiscal year 30. And as you look at all these dots and symbols that are on the chart, you'll notice that much of the work is shown through 2029 or so. But one of the comments we got in this public workshop that Howie mentioned this morning, but I want to go ahead and emphasize, is that the planning projects that are at the bottom, that are on the white portion of the IDS on the front page, the white bar, those are the projects that when we go to WRDA, we continue to feed the IDS so that then we can make total restoration progress on SERP. And so that's one of the comments that we had from that public workshop that we went ahead and incorporated into the final. There are some teeny tiny little notes in there that tell us we're not quite done yet. This is great progress, but we're not quite done yet, and the planning projects are what feed the IDS. So one of the key themes that I heard this morning and carries on through this presentation is momentum. Our secretary mentioned about urgency and momentum. We've all talked about how exciting it is to have $200 million from the federal. And I think that, as noted here, we are at this moment because important projects reached milestones in 2019. And it is because we sit on the shoulders of those projects that we're able to make this progress and make real progress. And so I'm going to walk you through region by region how the projects on the IDS fit. Because every project connects a region to another. All of our regions are connected, as we hear, especially from our tribes, who remind us every day that we need to look at the system holistically. And so I'm going to walk you through with that in mind, thinking of the regions as they all fit together. And our scientists from federal, state, and tribes came together and did a system status report. And so that website is up here. It's also referenced on the back of the IDS. Our scientists broke up the system into these regions that I'm going to use to talk about today. And so we have the Lake Okeechobee region, the Greater Everglades region, Northern Estuaries region, and Southern Coastal Systems. And I'm going to take a moment to talk about each of those. But as a big picture, I want to make sure that I leave you with the 10-year planning level estimate that this IDS represents, and it's about $6 billion of investments in the Everglades. And this investment directly helps us have a healthy economy and a resilient Everglades, which we know we need so desperately. So if you look at the table there on the top right, it gives you a snapshot in time through fiscal year 18 of where our investments have been so that we understand where these new investments would fit. And one of the questions we get many, many times, every time we talk about the IDS or we talk about the program, is if you look at the middle line, CNSF SERP, many of us talk about the cost share ledger. We talk about where we are together on that ledger, and how we build projects matters because we have to continue to keep an eye on that. So as of fiscal year 18, just as a snapshot in time, the Fed line is about 1.3 billion, the non-Fed line is about 1.7. There are significant, important investments that have been made by the state that we also recognize on this table. They're not yet credited, and in many of them are in the form of land. I'll give you one example. We have Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project coming up. All the land in that project's already been purchased, which is really rare for a SERP project. And so our partners at Palm Beach County and the state of Florida, once this project, if it gets approved and everything moves forward, that investment moves on to that side of the ledger. And so we see good things coming on the state side as well, just to give you a snapshot in time. So if I could take one moment to make sure that I highlight that the restoration needs of the state of Florida are beyond SERP. We recognize that. We have a huge part to play in that program and in the non-SERP program as well. But it's important to acknowledge that we have cities like with Mayor Ruane, and we have our partners in other parts of the state, and we have folks from Martin County that are here that really invest in their part. So it takes local, state, federal, everybody together to put all those pieces of the puzzle together. So as we look at the southern part of our system, it's where everything ends up. right? So I'm going to walk you through from the bottom up to the top. And our scientists, so this picture is from the scientific report that I gave you the website on the last slide. So our scientists said, we're going to put together Florida Bay, Biscayne Bay, and those areas that are shown there in pink, put them together and assess the science together. And what I've done here with Megan is taken the projects that met important accomplishments in 19 that are in that area and given you a sense of what our focus is for 20. And so you heard this morning about the combined operations plan. And I think that it's important to acknowledge that all of the different people that came together to look at the operations of the combined operations plan, meaning the C-111 South Dade project, Modified Waters project, came together. We had lots of infrastructure that had been built over time that we needed to come up with an integrated operational schedule. With much respect to Mr. Duncan, with your comments from this morning, I just wanted to make sure that I also acknowledged that those stakeholders and agencies that came together that were from so many different perspectives all agreed on three things: that we needed to help reduce the flooding of the tree islands in Water Conservation Area 3A, that we needed to improve how much water got into Shark River Slough, and that we needed to improve how much water got into Taylor Slough. Because when you do those three things, this area in pink improves. The health of that area improves. One of our other projects that we'll focus on in fiscal year 20 is Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands. I will point that in the $200 million that the federal government is set up to get in 20, this is one of the projects that moved to the left on the IDS. So if you look at the 18 IDS and you look at the 19 IDS, Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands moved to the left, meaning we expedited it because of that money that we hope to get in 20. So that's one of the really important projects that were helped by the 20 money. And so on a big picture perspective, on the IDS for the next 10 years, what the total for this area is about $107 million. Moving up into the greater Everglades region, which if you're familiar with those shapes, you'll notice that it's got water conservation areas 1, 2, and 3, portions of the park. And out of the $6 billion that I told you about for the overall IDS, a very large portion of that is in this area, the projects that are located in this area. So again, I want to make sure that I emphasize that it isn't that it's just because it's 107 on the southern coastal systems doesn't mean that every dollar that is in this area doesn't benefit. It does benefit the southern coastal systems. This is where we have the ability to build the projects to help the area to the south. So this is where we have Tamiami Trail next steps, where we have our Old Tamiami Trail removal, S333, where Megan talked about in the morning. That's where this lives. Primarily out of the $4 billion that are identified here, over 3 are in the Central Everglades project that Howie talked to you about this morning. So Central Everglades has 3 parts: north, south, and new water. New water is the EAA reservoir, bringing that water, holding it, redelivering it at the right time to the greater Everglades. Mr. Bergeron, you talked a lot about that, about compatibility, putting the water in the right place. So that by far the largest portion of the $6 billion is in this region. The projects that are included in that are SEPA and also Broward. So we talked about that a little bit this morning. I want to take time to emphasize the significance of this investment for America's Everglades. We talked about the 2.4 million acres of the South Florida landscape that would be improved. Bringing clean, fresh water from the north, it would allow us to receive it. These investments would allow us to receive it. It would allow us to prevent saltwater intrusion, give us resilience to sea level rise, improve water quality, and enhance the water supply. Moving up a little bit, we have 3 estuaries. We have the Loxahatchee, the St. Lucie. That's the Loxahatchee and the St. Lucie on the east side of Lake Okeechobee there, and on the west side, Caloosahatchee. The picture that you see there was taken by South Florida Water Management District Governing Board member Jackie Thurlow-Lippisch in one of her flights in the St. Lucie estuary this year. And so one of the accomplishments that was discussed earlier today is that our use of operational flexibility in LORS has facilitated favorable salinity conditions in the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee and recovery of oysters and seagrasses. And so that picture actually helps you visualize what that meant to that estuary and those communities. And so in this area, the IDS identifies about 1.57 billion. This is also an area that the 200 million moved things to the left, because one of the very important projects that is on the integrated delivery schedule on the front page on the green part, that's on the front side, Indian River Lagoon South. So if you compare the 2018 to the 2019, you will see improvements in our ability to execute on that project that has many features in it as a result of the additional funding. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the C43 reservoir, which many of us talked about this morning, but that certainly is one of the pieces of this region, and it is entirely for the benefit of the Caloosahatchee River estuary. Our last region is the Lake Okeechobee region, and it's really important for me to note that Lake Okeechobee has a 3.5 million acre watershed beginning in Shingle Creek. So although this region in the picture focuses on Lake Okeechobee, there are 6 sub-watersheds to the north that bring a lot of that water into Lake Okeechobee. And so we are very proud of the benefits of the Kissimmee River Restoration Project. This slide, it looks a little different. We showed the projects instead of just the phasing. So you can see some of our highlights of Kissimmee River restoration, of snail kites and wading bird use of restored portions. Our Herbert Hoover Dike, which is shown on the top of the integrated delivery schedule as one of the foundation projects of which SERP is dependent on and is necessary. We are very proud of the progress that the Army Corps of Engineers has made on that project. 65% of the culverts, 40% of the cutoff wall has been installed. Within this region, we also have the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, which we will be hearing consultation on this afternoon, and very important considerations on behalf of the Seminole Tribe that we'll be hearing about. We began the Lake Okeechobee System Operations Manual, so that's part of this region as well. And one of the highlights I wanted to mention is that the additional flexibility that was used in LORS not only benefited the estuaries from a seagrass perspective, but we just heard from South Florida Water Management District scientists that the submerged aquatic vegetation in Lake Okeechobee increased by 4-fold as a result of the ability for the sunlight to get to the right places in Lake Okeechobee. That picture is of the eelgrass in Lake Okeechobee. It was taken by Lieutenant Colonel Polk in one of his visits to the lake. And so in this area, we have planning level estimates for the next 10 years of about $158 million. And with our eye on a healthier Lake Okeechobee. And so we expect this number, we hope this number will get larger if we're able to have a project north of Lake Okeechobee soon, in addition to Kissimmee. Some quick notes about the IDS. Reflecting our priorities and current implementation plan. I want to make sure that you're aware that the cost share that I mentioned, it's something that we work on all the time. And so when you look at the IDS placemat, really quick, I wanted to point out a couple things. When you look at the chart, you'll notice that those bars in the middle, some of them are blue and some of them are black. The blue means non-fed is the lead. The black means the fed is the lead. Sometimes those flip between blue and black, and that's okay. That's normal. That means that we're working through projects. Sometimes the state is more nimble than the feds, and then it turns blue, or sometimes the cost share ledger comes into play. And so that's important to consider when you look at the back of the IDS, and it is the first time that we see a very detailed look at Central Everglades planning project. So out of the $6 billion that the IDS represents, 3 is on the back, over 3 is on the back. Again, just hoping to leave on a very positive note. This is a picture of Everglades National Park taken this year, again, by Lieutenant Colonel Polk. And I would leave you with the message that a healthy and resilient Everglades directly supports our economy and sustainability. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Great, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate just going through the detail, and these are very detailed, so. Any questions that anyone has at this time?
Yes.
Thoughts, insights?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
At the April meeting, we certainly had some pretty detailed conversations about the funding, and I appreciate it as an accountant to look up there at $6.13 billion. Quickly dividing that, it's $200 million a year. Having just been up here the last 3 times this month, certainly talking to my members in the Senate and the House on the federal side. The amendment to the budget certainly had $200 million in. The original didn't at 67. My concern is when you look at $3.2 billion, it's $200 million a year from each partner. The IDS schedule, we're 5 years behind right now, and that's saying we'll get $200 million. We just had a conversation at this last meeting about that very topic. What do we tell the constituents? And then the other thing that I applaud you on is the operational flexibility we did use this year, because we did have just really troubles in the system, and allowed the opportunity and didn't go into water shortage, but more importantly, obviously helped the ecology of the lake, and more importantly, allowed it communities, all communities in the restoration process to restore. But that's the challenge. That's something we talked about here last time. And as I continue to work up here and talk about this issue, how do we get to the solution when it doesn't seem like there's a reoccurring source like we have at the state?
So that's a great question that I think that I'm going to ask the task force to help me with. Because I can tell you what we need, and I can tell you that this is what it's going to take.
I certainly have talked to enough senators and congressmen to indicate what we need. I applaud the deputy, Noah Valenstein, on what the governor's doing, but these projects will, like any other construction project, will run dry without funding. And we're either going to be transparent and indicate that this IDS schedule isn't realistic, or we're going to actually really make a commitment, because the $200 million is in the amended budget. It was $67 million. If you look at that dollar amount, this takes us out to 2050 or greater at that funding level. So we're looking at health, quality of life, economies that are all impacted by this. And it's America's Everglades. I sit and represent 412 mayors throughout Florida, and now have 1,400 mayors throughout the United States that all have signed a resolution for Everglades restoration, acknowledging that $200 million needs to come on an annual basis. So, Adam, obviously this was a conversation we had, and certainly it just seemed like it's part of the minutes, and certainly I was working with Secretary Valenstein, but I mean, what are we doing? I'm just trying to understand what direction can we give people? What can we look forward to? What do we do? We just continue to have this schedule produced?
So this is, thank you. And I think we're all sensitive to this funding discussion. I mean, sensitive is that's the message that I hear across the board. and it takes the political will to push that forward. And so this was something that was not addressed during Bob's update of the SISRIP, but one of the other comments or one of the other sections addressed the funding and the funding requirements to be able to provide that guidance to achieve that goal of restoration sooner. And while I might not be able to carry the message, I think that should be one of the takeaways that everybody here listening and watching should be, is that the need to get to restoration sooner. And so do I have a specific solution? I think it's up to the powers greater than myself to address those topics.
But isn't it this task force responsibility to look at and explore all options to see what conversation we could have?
I would support that, yes. I do believe that this can be, looking at different buckets of funding and trying to maybe look at evaluating where those buckets are. I think that it was discussed last week during, congressional meetings in Everglades and so forth. And so, I think that can be maybe a directive to look into that and maybe provide some, framework for looking at those buckets and directing, OERI potentially to look at those.
And that's kind of what I had in mind. I mean, obviously, as a member of the task force and trying to be transparent to the taxpayer and transparent to the issues, having come off what we did last year and the travesty we went through in the last 5 or 6 years, these projects are essential. And, LOSIM is going to be essential because we did use operational flexibility, which did help the aquatic situation in Lakin, which did not put us in a water supply situation and actually allowed us to rebound this year. So it seemed like that's a tool that didn't have any money, but that's not going to be a tool available to us every year.
Agreed. I think Patty had a comment. Sorry.
That's okay. Vice Chair, did you have a comment? You had...
Okay, got it. I guess to your point, so half of the people around the table can't go lobby in support of this funding. So it's, there's just so much that you can do as the task force. I think that this is a really good tool, and I really like the way it's been repackaged. It's a lot easier to kind of talk off of and manage when it's in buckets and you can show how they're related. But I think one way to look at it is it's a really good tool to talk to folks that aren't in the depths of this to understand what the needs are. And, you can pick whatever numbers you want, and I'm sure that you guys can shift it all around, and you basically, if you put less money in, you're gonna stretch out your schedule a whole lot. And maybe that would help a little bit to say, if you only give us $50 million a year or $100 million a year, this is what it looks like. But I guess I wouldn't necessarily see this as being disingenuous in any ways, as much as this is a planning tool. And for those of us that can go to the Hill and advocate on behalf of these projects and this budget, it's a really good tool to say, this is what this is what can be done if we have enough funding, but if you don't give us enough funding. So, maybe that's an idea, not to create more work for you guys, but it's like, this is what it looks like with 200, and then, here to there is what it looks like if you give us 50.
Mic's off, so Vice Chair.
Thanks, and I love the last comment, and I think that's sort of where we were at the last task force hearing was, is there a way for this task force to look at the IDS with multiple options? And I can understand possibly for any individual agency that may not be right in your bailiwick, right? That's not the IDS you're charged with producing, but I do think it would be good for staff, for the task force to do it. To me, that's a question that keeps on coming up for the task force. It's something that would be good for the task force to be able to sit down, look at the IDS, but also see, okay, here's what the implication of lower funding or higher funding. Doesn't mean any individual member of the task force is advocating for that, but I do think it's important. I think what the mayor is sort of saying is, as we gather together, let's make sure we can have informed conversations, and that every year, depending on funding levels, we recognize what's happening to our progress forward. And so I would hope that's something that staff for the task force could do and have for the next task force meeting, and sort of make a habit of, let's be able to make sure we're having an informed conversation about future trajectory on the IDS based on funding options, and then true that up every year as to what funding actually occurred. Or else we're just going to keep on having this conversation over and over and over again about what deadlines are we really going to meet, right? So.
And I gather that's exactly what I would agree with both parties, is what I'm advocating is if this is the schedule we have put out, and this looks at $6.1 billion, can we look at a different schedule, at perhaps a different funding level, and look at options, and this task force could look at those? I'm not advocating that people can go up and advocate, but what I'm trying to do is realistically, as someone that plans and as someone that looks like that and talks to people, just have options that might be available to us, just so when you have the conversations, there's options A, B, and C. If we're successful in funding, great, we can get to option A. If we're not as successful, we can get to option B. I just think the transparency is really what, or options, maybe transparency is wrong, or options I'd like to see, if staff could do that, because that was a big part of our conversation last meeting.
Sir, and if I may, I mean, so the decision this year, fundamentally a little bit different than in the past, was to identify with some level of realism, minus a hard financial assumption, how this could work. Because 90% of the questions I get over time is, what do you need to make this go faster? So this is kind of as best we could come up with, and I don't want to say unconstrained because that's the wrong word. I mean, there are obvious constraints with workload, with people, with the ability, but this is as fast as I think we could potentially make it. And so we identify that across the board. We put the bumper sticker on the top that says, here's what we think it kind of would work to. And then iterationally, we execute, the work group meetings and the things like that. So as the funding streams come, then we can argue about the changes from a baseline speed. And so when we did try to put forth kind of a Chinese menu, COA 1, COA 2, COA 3, those kind of options, it became unwieldy because then we couldn't coalesce around, well, in option 2, should we do project 1, 2, 3 or project 3, 2, 1? It became an infinite set of solutions that was hard. So baseline number 1, we'll certainly try to get after it, but the intent is to identify at each phase, how it tinkers, and so each year, each 6 months, we could say this is what the projection looks like, and this is how it deviates from the baseline. So it's all about transparency and trying to get that up front so that we could use it and kind of work from that angle. So that was the kind of philosophy that we used to change it a little bit.
Just to conclude my comments, I mean, I think that was a good approach, and for the Corps' IDS, I think that makes sense. I just would advocate having staff for the task force sort of have a constant update for each task force meeting of, all right, remember, here's the IDS. Now, remember, if we are at a lower amount, we'll only get to this point. If we're at this amount, here's where we'll get. And here's an update as to where we are this year, right? Just as that can be sort of our funding conversation and maybe structure it, because we're going to have that conversation every single time. But I do appreciate, I don't think this necessarily, your product has to change.
Hi, thanks. Really appreciate the conversation about the schedule. I wanted to sort of come back to the beginning of the meeting when we talked about the sense of urgency. Absolutely no criticism of the schedule and what you're trying to do to stay on it, nor any potential additional resources that might come our way to move things to the left. So appreciate that very much. I note in your presentation under Greater Everglades region, there is a reference to increasing resilience to sea level rise. That is the only region where that made it to the slide. And so I would like to hear a little bit more about the schedule, moving things to the left, and the increasing awareness that we have of relative sea level rise in South Florida and how that might impact the projects going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, because I did mean to talk a little bit more about that than I did. So thank you for that. The reason it's in the Greater Everglades is because the Greater Everglades is our backbone of where our water is held, right? And so we know that from our scientists that if we keep that freshwater head in the system, that it is one of our best investments in protecting ourselves, or at least giving ourselves some resiliency against sea level rise, because we know it's here. And so that's one of the reasons it's shown there. I do think that it would apply to pretty much any of the regions, and so I agree with you there. But that's one of the reasons I placed it there, is because that kind of holds all that fresh water for the rest of the system. And it's so integral to everything else, whether it's from the north or whether it's to the southern coastal systems, that if we get that full of fresh water, clean fresh water, then it also helps us be resilient. So that was the thought process behind that.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. Thank you. I agree with you. To the degree that projects move to the left and/or are chosen for their attributes to contribute to resilience to sea level rise, NOAA would absolutely welcome the opportunity to talk with the Army Corps or anyone else in terms of how to use the best data and the best projections for which projects might lend the most contribution to resilience. We're doing those examinations around the country right now for major metropolitan areas as well as military bases and other priority areas. And so to the degree that you all would like to discuss further how we might be able to assist you in that, we would welcome that opportunity.
And I know that our chief of planning is behind me, and he's probably thinking I should mention the South Atlantic Coastal Study. So I will at least make sure that I mention the importance of that to the Army Corps, and that we absolutely are working on that. And it's specifically related to that issue, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Anyone else? Yes, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Colonel made a statement. We were talking about what happens with the delivery schedule if it goes below the 200 million and what those options look like. And the Colonel mentioned he's often asked, what if you double that money? Does it actually reduce the schedule in half? And I've heard of the response before, but I thought it might be good to ask that question again. If there were more money, is it just logistically or feasibly unable to expedite those projects? Is that pretty much the response?
So I'll give it a shot if you want me to, sir. So as an example, the IDS shows an 8-year schedule for the EAA reservoir. And that's pretty much as fast as that project will even be able to be built, because it is so large. And so that, as an example, is one of those where it's a pretty leaning forward perspective. And so that was our thought process, which if you know what it's really going to look like over 10 years to put all of them together and make all that progress, then we have this important conversation we're having now. You're welcome.
Good, thank you, Eric. Anyone else thoughts on those questions? It's what's being presented. Obviously, from the morning session, just my overwhelmness of so many projects that are going on. And how then do you divvy up? And the question then becomes that we're all asking here is how that can lean forward or slow down based upon what resources that are available. And that's that combination of working together with each of the bureaus, each of the agencies, as well as federal, state, and local communities in each of those. So it's an important part of this task force, right, to continue looking at, and I'll work with the director's office so that we can actually take a look at some of the ideas and options that, working with the Army Corps and with others and with Interior, on what does that look like of communicating that. I think these placemats actually give great communication, right? I mean, it's a lot of information, but it also allows us to look ahead, right, to 2030, which is pretty amazing in and of itself. And I'm really grateful for where we're at and just continually pushing. We can fine tune and get better. As even, the congressman and others have said, we're getting better at what we're trying to accomplish and why we're doing what we're doing. So thank you for all your input on that. And Mayor, I greatly appreciate that. I think you say that very clearly for all the mayors that are down there with you. So thank you there. So any other thoughts or questions here? I want to just keep moving forward with our next session. We're doing really well today, so I greatly appreciate that. So with that said, thank you so much. We'll close this part of the session 8 here up and kind of move forward to the next ones as we build on that. And so I guess I can kick it back to you, Gib, and let you introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Howie Gonzalez of the Jacksonville District is going to run us through a discussion on 2 project implementation reports, the Loxahatchee River and the Lake Okeechobee. Go ahead, Howie.
Thanks, Kip. Appreciate it. Again, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. The consultation process that we're working through includes our requirement to engage the task force during our study phases, during our planning phases. And in this particular consultation, I'll be touching 2 different projects, the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project, followed by the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project. And again, the purpose being to do the consultation, update the task force on where we are in the planning process and completion of a project implementation report for both of these projects, and satisfy the requirement of the programmatic regulations that we consult with the task force prior to completion of those project implementation reports. In a typical time frame, we would work once we have a tentatively selected plan as we're preparing a final document that'll go out for state and agency review and ultimately come to an agency decision from the Corps of Engineers to recommend a report across to Congress for authorization. Remembering from my presentation earlier, I spoke through our phases of planning, design, construction, and so forth. So from the planning standpoint, we produce a decision document that reflects, in our case, an aquatic ecosystem restoration project that's in the federal interest, that has a local sponsor and stakeholder support, and we put that project forward to Congress. Congress takes an action to authorize that project, and that then allows us, under the umbrella of that South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program, to seek funding to start detailed design and move forward to construction. And so from a planning standpoint, we've talked a good bit about planning so far in our agenda today. It's acknowledging that our Corps of Engineers planning process has changed, that we look to complete these studies in a time frame of approximately 3 years, limiting the budget for that project and using as much engineering and science information that's available to make informed and educated decisions on the alternatives that we would recommend. And so it's ultimately leading to a situation where we don't take the amount of time to do more detailed design during the planning phase. So just take that into consideration as we talk through these planning studies. They're not the planning studies of old. They are smart planning studies, and that's ultimately what the 2 projects I'm about to present will engage. So for the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project, it's acknowledging that we're looking at the area southeast of Lake Okeechobee. For the Loxahatchee project, we emphasize the quantity, quality, timing, and distribution of water to that northwest fork of the Loxahatchee River, a national wild and scenic river. So if that is our emphasis, the project sought to restore and sustain and reconnect the area's wetlands, bringing more of that watershed, keeping water actually in the basin prior to it getting to that Loxahatchee estuary. Throughout our plan formulation process, we looked at multiple alternatives. Through the iterative process of planning, we refined those alternatives and ultimately identified alternative 5R as our current recommended plan. You see the benefits that we're seeking to achieve from a quantity, quality, timing, and distribution standpoint. And again, it's reducing the amount of water that's rapidly discharged and keeping more of that water in the system. We're looking at water quality benefits by allowing that water to spread out more into the natural system. From a timing standpoint, we do have a water storage feature that includes aquifer storage and recovery wells. And from a distribution standpoint, looking at those operations, working that water throughout the system, feeding and hydrating the sloughs and wetlands in that watershed. From a benefit standpoint, the recommended plan restores flows, it restores wetlands, and it improves habitat for fish and wildlife, and including listed species. From a project development standpoint, our projects go through multiple reviews, both internally, independent reviews, and external reviews, including multiple public reviews. In this instance, we document our project support with feedback and comments of support on the left, support with concerns on the right. And I bring special note to that because we work through our project process, we communicate with all of the stakeholders, we receive input throughout the various reviews, like I just mentioned, including the public reviews, and we ultimately make an informed decision to identify that best plan from an engineering standpoint, scientific standpoint, a benefits achieved standpoint. The concerns that we received here are ones that I feel are most attributable to that fact that in our planning projects now, we get to about a 10% level of design. In the past feasibility studies, it was as high as 30 to 40%. So in the studies, we would actually go out and collect geotechnical data and do detailed surveys, do detailed cultural resource surveys that would ultimately allow us to make more educated and informed engineering decisions. So at this point, as we're working through smart planning, it's with the realization that we're going to take on some risk. And so the concerns expressed from the groups that you see there are tied primarily to the water storage feature, the reservoir, but we've continued to work with them to help them understand what data we used, what models we used, and ultimately to have the support and understanding that once the project's completed and authorized, that we would continue to work with them during detailed design as we collect that more robust engineering and scientific data. So where we are from a scheduling time frame, we're approaching our senior leader panel review in December. You see that we've worked through the milestones of identifying a tentatively selected plan, of working within our Corps of Engineers agency to confirm that that plan is one that we can support. And at this point, we're finalizing the final project implementation report and environmental compliance document that'll go to that senior leader panel briefing in December. Once we achieve that milestone, we'll seek a chief's report completion in March 2020, which is well in time, we believe, for consideration for the Water Resources Development Act of 2020. So with that, that concludes my briefing on Loxahatchee, pending any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. That's a lot to take in, and a lot of you have expertise in this area, so I'll open it up to thoughts, comments, insights, anything that you want to bring up with the Corps. Seeing anything at this point? As the task force thinks about it a little bit, I just want to remind any of the public comment, if any of you want to put down some questions, there's cards available for you to be able to give some comment at the end of these presentations. So be thinking about what questions you want to write down and let us know if you'd like to make public comments here at the end of the overall group briefing here. But I'll come back to the task force one more time and see if you have any thoughts on this. If not, we'll go ahead and move forward. Oh,
I'll make
Ron.
a brief comment. This is a very, very beautiful natural resource, and I was actually camping there 65 years ago. I'm kind of telling my age. I was 11 years old, and I got to meet a real icon, was Trapper Nelson. Anybody probably have heard of Trapper Nelson. He was a very famous icon trapper on Loxahatchee. But this is an extremely beautiful area and very important that we move forward on that.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else? Thoughts? Input? If not, we'll go ahead and let Howie go on to the next presentation. It's all yours. Thank you.
Sounds good. So I'll do the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project now with the same purpose as the Loxahatchee briefing that I just conducted. Now we're shifting to north of Lake Okeechobee, where the study area is for the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project. It's acknowledging that for this project, this is one of those SERP studies that we initiated back in the early 2000s. Came across a couple of challenges that just didn't make it feasible at the time for us to continue the study. So we put the study on the shelf back in 2006, 2007 timeframe, and we picked that back up in 2016, and now we're on the verge of completing this study in 2020. So just a little bit of the background and confirmation that, again, we're linking to that Central and Southern Florida project with the work that we did in the northern part of the system, pretty close to the Kissimmee River Restoration Project and the same challenges that were presented when we straightened the Kissimmee River and had water flowing more easily from the Orlando area into Lake Okeechobee. So that conveyance stopped the overland flow and made more of a direct source into Lake Okeechobee. The SERP components that we're looking at are to put storage facilities north of Lake Okeechobee, combining that with the Kissimmee River Restoration to provide that volume of storage north of the lake that stops the water from getting into Lake Okeechobee and ultimately helps support Lake Okeechobee operations and discharges to the estuaries. So as we entered into this study, again, identifying the problems and objectives, we looked at the northern estuaries, Lake Okeechobee itself, the opportunity to increase wetlands, and ultimately water supply as being key components. And we feel throughout the planning process, again, identifying a set of objectives, analyzing those alternatives based upon these objectives and the ecosystem benefits that we would be set to achieve, led us to a recommended plan that we call Alternative 1BWR. And so again, through the development process, the refinement process, we get to a project that has components including a shallow storage feature. That's what we call the KO5 wetland attenuation feature. It's approximately 14,000 acres and approaching 50,000 acre feet of above ground storage. Linked with that shallow storage are aquifer storage and recovery wells, as many as 80 wells that we would anticipate being linked with that wetland attenuation feature and capitalizing on the water that we'll bring into that facility. And then wetland restoration, approaching 6,000 acres of wetland restoration in the project area. From an environmental benefit standpoint, again, sticking with those geographic type areas, we see the reduction of discharges from Lake Okeechobee, increased resiliency and health in those northern estuaries as a result of that. For Lake Okeechobee, providing a storage source north of the lake supports the habitat in Lake Okeechobee and ultimately reduces the spread of invasive and exotic species. Wetland benefits include the restoration of approaching 5,000 acres. And then the water supply benefits, again, it cuts back discharges from Lake Okeechobee. And you see that last bullet, the reduction in frequency and restrictions in LOSA. So similar to the other presentation, we did conduct the similar and same internal reviews, external reviews, public reviews. The support we received from the project identified in the top portion of the slide. And a summary of the agency, tribal, and public comments down below. Definitely want to point out that there is support for storage north of Lake Okeechobee. I want to acknowledge the Seminole Tribe does not support the tentatively selected plan. And did want to confirm that both the water storage facility being considered a dam safety feature, the appropriate engineering analyses that we conducted, we felt confirmed that that particular facility in that particular location gave us the most restoration benefits. From a schedule standpoint, similar to Loxahatchee, we're approaching a senior leader panel in February of 2020. So for this one, we're finalizing, again, the project implementation report and environmental compliance document. And as we proceed past that senior leader panel meeting in February, we would seek to complete the chief's report in May. Again, timing to be considered for the Water Resources Development Act of 2020. Pending any questions, that concludes my brief on Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project.
Howie, thank you so much. Boy, again, a lot to work through here. I do have one question that I have, and then we'll go around here. So is the alternative 1BWR, is that a relative, I know, man, it's like so many acronyms. Is that a relatively new alternative, or have we just been adding, or is this a longer-term, bigger project that started as alternative 1, and then we built on B, and then we built on W, and...
It's the latter. And
Okay.
so
Okay.
through the iterative process, we'll find an alternative. That's the one that provides the benefits, but we want to tweak or modify a particular feature of it. So we add elements to it, but again, you know, we kind of work that iterative process, build upon a plan that everyone considers as an acceptable plan, and as we do more analyses, we just confirm that that's the plan, that's the best one.
Very good. Okay, good. Let's open it up for more questions here. Thoughts for anybody? Yes, Gene, please.
My biggest concern with this plan is that it doesn't address all of the different watersheds that go into Lake Okeechobee. It probably ought to better be called the Indian Prairie Restoration Plan. From the Water Management District summary of 5 years' worth of water quality data, the Upper Kissimmee contributes 32% of the water to the lake and 15% of the phosphorus. I don't see anything going on up in the Upper Kissimmee. The Lower Kissimmee contributes 18% of the water and 17% of the phosphorus. I don't see anything that addresses that. Taylor Creek and Nubbin Slough, 7% of the water and 21% of the phosphorus. Lake Istapoga, 13% of the water, 8% of the phosphorus. Fish Eating Creek, 12% of the water, 12% of the phosphorus. To me, this plan is great if all we cared about was the Indian Prairie. I respect the Seminoles don't want a reservoir right next to the reservation, which might flood them. But for me, the biggest deficiency is we don't address the rest of the Kissimmee Basin. This is all centered over on the southwest corner. So it's good as far as it goes, but nowhere near. It's very disappointing to me.
Thank you. Other thoughts, comments? Yes, Patty.
First time. So the Seminole Tribe has objected to this project for a very long time. Howie, can you pull up the map? It's sort of easier to talk to about when you see the picture. So it's kind of hard to see from this, but there are parts of the KO5, well, we'll call it the wetland attenuation feature, that are within a mile of the reservation border. This feature has been adjusted to address some of the tribe's concerns, but and we appreciate that. But it's still a really big problem. It's too close, too much water. What we see as a risk is, if there's more pressure to increase storage in the future, this thing has got a fairly good-sized berm around it. Why couldn't we just put a whole lot more water in it than 3 feet? And it'll be a lot harder to try to stop that down the road than now. The tribe also has concerns about ASR. And our comments on that were pretty much, we prefer to start the testing on that as far away as possible from the reservation border. And also that much more shouldn't be done until the National Academy of Sciences finishes their review, and then the Corps should follow their recommendations about how to implement that. This is an interesting idea. There's nowhere in the world that this amount of ASR has been used in this spatial area. So, this is kind of an experiment in reality. So, we would very much want to make sure that that's something that was going to work out. We've provided comments all the way along. We're going to do everything we can to try to stop this wetland attenuation feature from being put in place. It's it's of no benefit to the tribe at all. We see it as a significant threat.
Thank you, Patty. Anyone else? Anyone else of thoughts or input into this discussion? Greatly appreciated, Howie. I think,
I
yeah,
got a
run.
question. Well, I think storage north of the lake is extremely important. Where we put it, you know, we have to make some kind of decision. And, you know, when you're looking at the Everglades, the global Everglades, northern, central, southern, you know, it's all about shared adversity, shared impacts, equalization of water levels globally. And wherever we do certain things, I'm sure there may be certain impacts to certain individuals, but it's going to become very important north of the lake, not only to pre-treat water, but to store water in order to be able to save Lake Okeechobee, the heart of the Everglades, and be able to feed the water with compatible water levels and discharges out our rivers. So the most desirable location is important, is where we put it. And we may not be able to satisfy everybody, but reservoir is extremely important north of the lake, wherever we end up putting that. So.
I very much appreciate your comments. Any other thoughts? Working group, science group, any thoughts over here as well to add to this?
Starting to pick up the problem with the buttons. So, Ronnie, your point's exactly right. You know, we went into this plan with a proposal for 200,000 acre-feet of storage in the Kissimmee, and then we started thinking, well, you know, we just restored the Kissimmee floodplain. Where are you going to put 200,000 acre-feet of storage? So we run into that problem where do you place 200,000 acre-feet of storage is a big reservoir. Where do you place that? And that's been the, you know, ongoing problem. So we get a lot out of the Kissimmee floodplain. You know, I think we push it as far as we can, but try to get a reservoir in an area that we just restored really makes it difficult. So, but this is the, like I said, the National Academy brought up that we're 2 million acre-feet short on storage because we have, just like you said, these trade-offs about where can we put it.
Absolutely.
Every time you build a reservoir, like the EA reservoir, and you save 300,000 acre-feet, you just spend $1 billion to build it. So this is, you can only do that a few times before you kind of run out of money. So we really have to think about how we balance flow. I have to say it, this is one of the reasons why the National Academy brought up the lake, because from before SERP until now with SERP, the estimate is 560,000 acre-feet less water of storage in a lake. That's a huge amount of water. That's a couple $1 billion worth of expenditure if you're going to replace it with reservoirs. So this is the trade-off. So we always have to do, you know, it's where do you put the storage? How much do you use of the existing areas? And every time we have constraints on how we move forward. But I mean, your point is exactly right. We really need storage up there. How do we build it? How do we make it as natural as possible so it doesn't eat up the wetlands that we're trying to restore?
And I don't think it's the intent of trying to impact anybody, but you definitely are going to have to put it in the most desirable location for the benefit of the global Everglades and 8.7 million people that's relying on us to get the proper quantity, quality, timing, and distribution. And I don't think, what is the depth of this reservoir? Is it 4 feet, 3 feet?
Yes, sir. It's a shallow reservoir.
Yeah, so not sure there's much concern about heavy flooding or anything of that nature. But we're going to have to make a hard decision at a very short time frame.
Thank you, Ron, and thank you. Yes, Patty.
For all of the task force benefit, We did circulate in advance, and then it's in your package, our comments that were provided on August 30th. And I think you'll find we did have analysis done, and there is actually seepage and flood risk. And, as I said, the tribe has looked at it and does not see why it has to bear all of the risk of this portion of the project when it's contributed nothing to the reason for it. So and we're always happy to provide more information, but we have had flood and risk and seepage analysis done.
Thank you so much. For the sake of just keeping us a little bit more on time, Howie, thank you so much for your time. Ava, as well as Megan, thank you so much. Colonel, I greatly appreciate your work. We'll be continually interacting as we go forward. And again, thank you for both the working group and the science groups to help us continue with that interaction. So at that point, this actually ends the consultation part of the work with the task force here. So what we do have, we're going to shift over and try to do a little bit of catch-up time with regards to some of the species management component. So at this point, I want to go ahead and do this next step. So Adam, is there anyone that we need to do the next step? Or actually, turn it over to you, Vice Chair, for introduction. So it's all yours.
Sure. Well, I'll help us catch up with time and just introduce Eric Sutton to have the presentation. He's been a great quarterback for us across all the agencies that touch on this issue a little bit, and Eric's done a phenomenal job making sure we're getting the most out of all our efforts together. I say that so long as there's not a picture in this presentation. The folks laughing in this room know which picture I'm talking about, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary and Mr. Secretary Chairman. This isn't the picture I wanted. We do have a great one of NOAA, but it isn't in the presentation. But this picture does kind of depict, although a moment of levity, a very serious issue, but it also shows a lot of leadership here. Obviously, with Governor DeSantis, we got our Commissioner Ron Bergeron served on our commission for many years. Rodney Barreto there in the blue, who is now back on the commission. And in the back, between those two, you see our current chairman, Robert Spotswood, and obviously the secretary. So also are some stakeholders in here. So it's this collective group of folks that have really been helpful in advancing the serious problem of pythons in the Everglades. So I wanted to mention quickly that it wasn't a couple of Sundays ago, I was out with Secretary Wallace and with Superintendent Pedro Ramos. Adam was there as well, and we went out on a python hunt with a group of folks that they call themselves the Swamp Apes, and they take veterans with PTSD out as part of a treatment to catch snakes. And we didn't catch one as big as yours, Commissioner, but we did catch two. Secretary Petty, the offer stands for you to come out there as well. A lot of you folks probably know already the story of pythons. They're large constrictors, clearly not from Florida, from Southeast Asia. Can lay up to 100 eggs per clutch. That's a relatively large snake. They have a generalist diet. Anything that's warm-blooded they can eat, they will, and even in some cold-blooded, like with alligators. Despite what you might hear and sort of the hyperbole of the media that they're everywhere in the Everglades, they may indeed be everywhere, but they're very difficult to find. And they're excellent dispersers, and there are no population estimates in Florida, and I want to touch on that before I wrap up. There's a lot of myths and legends and truths and rumors, and I think they all kind of intermingle on how pythons got here, but we do know that there was a big pet trade, and particularly in South Florida for the reptiles, and the pythons, we do believe some were released, and likely multiple times. In 1979 was the first documented in Florida's Everglades National Park, and then Hurricane Andrew, which some of y'all may remember, destroyed its breeding facility, and we believe it's this kind of this death by 1,000 cuts, and now they're clearly prevalent. So here's a map of where the first one was found, and now this is in 2019 where we have reports of them being sighted, caught, or somewhere in between. And yes, that yellow dot out in the middle of the Gulf is really a sighting. It was a python on a buoy. So we talk about excellent dispersers. If you're not scared yet, you should be. So one of the things that I wanted to recognize our Chairman Spotswood, Governor DeSantis, and Commissioner Alligator Ron Bergeron is bringing us together and saying, and Noah as well, Secretary Valentine, is saying, okay, we've got these various and sundry programs where we're collecting pythons. Let's just forget about what agency we're in and let us just work together. So it's really been something I've been trying to push is just seamless operations, and we're in the middle of making that, achieving that. Obviously to have the same goal, but also to look at maximize our removal efforts so that we can make progress. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what that means. Removal programs. So far, the most effective way of removing pythons is to pay people that have experience. You'll hear them called contractors. You may hear them called python hunters. But it's like any other sort of hunting. When you have a certain search image, you become better and better at it. In fact, that night we were out, I never saw the snakes when they yelled snake. And the next thing I know, one of these veterans had the snake in their hand. In 2017, both the Water Management District and FWC launched these paid contractor programs separately. And since then, also, I would like to acknowledge the leadership of Superintendent Pedro Ramos. By accessing areas of the Everglades, we had a 200% increase. I hit the wrong button, didn't I? No, okay. So, and then also I wanted to speak on behalf of Superintendent Ramos. They also have an authorized agent program of volunteers, unofficially in 2008, but formalized in 2014. And then in Big Cypress, which is a heart of where the pythons are and where we need to access, they began that program, and they've also seen a significant increase in success. And I believe that one on the right up here was one that was helped caught by what is called a sentinel snake program, which I'll touch on in just a second. But here, when I was briefing the governor on what we should do, because he has a very keen interest, and what he says is very true, is that when all of the engineers in this room and the Corps get the water right, clearly that's critical, but what's going to be left? And so I see it as my job, the position I'm in, is to keep pushing to try to make it so that when the water is right, we have a healthy fish and wildlife population to repopulate it. So you can see clearly that that's effective by those launch of the paid removal programs. I'm not saying it's what's going to get rid of the pythons. All I'm saying is what's most successful now. And we got to continue to lead with what's given us the most success. And so up to date, we've had more than 9,100 snakes removed. That's good, and that's really bad, because that means there's a lot of snakes out there. And before I go on to the research aspect, I spent a lot of time, even as a child, going out and cruising roads, which is a typical way you look for reptiles and amphibians, and at night because they seek the heat, and you find all kind of diversity of species, everything. Well, we went out, I think we probably had 2-hour drive time, and really we only saw one water snake and 2 pythons. So if that little glimpse window is indicative of the population, it's a bigger problem than I thought, and I already thought it was a pretty big problem. So we know the paid hunters are doing well. What else? Well, I always like to say part of the equation needs to be building a better mouse trap or python trap, and there's a number of interesting and creative ideas, and some of these are more advanced than others. eDNA studies to determine present range. This is where you can take a sample and you can find that the DNA has been there. I see a lot of you nodding your heads because you've heard of this program. Telemetered male sentinel snakes. Catch a male snake, put a chip in it, and go check on it every few weeks, because during the breeding season, you can find that there will be a multitude of females around a male, and so you can use that snake to catch several others. This has worked, and Secretary Valentine has really helped be a leader in implementing this in some of the parks, and we've expanded this recently with our foundation contributing to that. So that's something that is promising, but at the same time, you get into some logistical issues. You got people going out there and catching snakes and removing them. You don't want them catching these snakes and killing them, because these are very expensive snakes. So some of the logistics that we're working on and doubling the efforts under Governor DeSantis are a challenge, but we'll get through them. Potential of pheromones to attract snakes, much like other animals in the animal kingdom. It's something that's just a nanogram in a large area can attract other animals. So that's showing some promise. And specific traps and lures, and then managing the python specimen collection and necropsies. Why? We need to understand, what are they eating? We got to document that. And then conducting and publishing a synthesis of all our python science to date. Relative, I'm sorry to back up, but relative to the research, this is one thing where we need to make some better strides in kind of directing the research. I appreciate a lot of the academic research out there, but when you're in the position that I'm in, the research that you care about is the research that helps you find more snakes. And I always say we need to kill more snakes, figure out how to kill more snakes. So I'm really pleased that we're going to be partnering with University of Florida in an upcoming event to help us answer the questions related to management. How many are there? Where are there? How can we get them? One of the things that we began in 2013 was something called the Python Challenge. How many of you all have heard of that just by kind of nods? I hope some of you did. I know Commissioner Bergeron, you were there with me when we did that in the first Python Challenge. But engaging the public to make sure they're aware and they can be a part of the solution. You can see here some of the programs that we have. Don't let it loose. We continue to need to remain vigilant to not let more pets get out into South Florida. It is an environment that pets thrive in. Over 200 exotic pets released into the wild now are established in Florida. We've got apps to report them. We have Python Patrol programs. That's another incentive program, informational websites, and on. But what's really exciting, as the governor has directed us to do one of these Python challenges each year, our new appointed commissioner by the name of Rodney Barreto also happens to be the chairman for the host committee for the Super Bowl in Miami this year. And working with the Everglades Foundation and others, they have their environmental component is called Ocean to Everglades. That's going to be where they highlight and educate, and you're going to hear from Joanna in a bit, about the perils, the opportunities, and threats that we have in South Florida. So we will be having a Python Bowl. Everyone here is welcome to enter and participate in it, and we'll also be having a lionfish derby. And what's really interesting about this is that the NFL is going to allow us to utilize one of their big stages to announce some of the winners, and we're going to have a number of categories, not the least of which is going to be a kind of a competition amongst the armed forces to see which branch will bring in the most pythons. So no wagering is allowed. So I kind of stole my thunder there. There's the logo we'll be using. And so we're also going to have the Joes versus pros, novices versus professionals, and then a number of other sort of football-related sort of prizes just to raise the awareness. Our staff is running 1,000,000 miles an hour. I've been really pushing them, but we all understand there's no bigger stage anymore in the world than the Super Bowl. So we're really excited about highlighting in a positive way the work we're doing against invasive and exotics in South Florida, utilizing the python as a proverbial poster child. And like I said earlier, I am up here speaking on behalf of these entities that you see. And I think I mentioned at Drew's board meeting, this isn't 3 agencies that got 3 different programs. It's one mission with a diverse portfolio of partnerships, funding sources, and ability to do things. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. I think I got us back on track, I'm hoping.
Great job. Wow. Again, so much information, but I greatly appreciate just your input and overview. So I want to open it up to the task force. Any questions?
Well, I have a few.
Yeah, please.
First, I want to thank our governor, Ron DeSantis, for his leadership. He has asked us, our state agencies, FWC and South Florida Water Management, to meet with our federal partners and come up with a plan. And the plan has been to double the amount of expert hunters that in the state agencies and work with Pedro Ramos in regards to getting access into very remote areas in the park, which I think is extremely important. And I think you have to understand how serious this is in regards to removal of 9,000 snakes since 1979. And since about March of 2017, I think we've removed over 3,000 snakes. So in order to have a healthy food chain, you cannot have an invasive snake that can get up to 20 feet long and weigh 200 pounds, just absolutely destroying our natural food chain. So I really appreciate, and I want to thank Eric Sutton and Drew Bartlett and Pedro Ramos. We've met several times on this issue, and we're coming up with a plan, and it's extremely important. We're working in the Big Cypress on opening up secondary trails for python hunters, and you know, it's important that we get into these very remote areas. And we're actually, whatever we're allowed to do with our federal partners, you got to remember one thing. We're removing the hunter. The hunter is the snake that just can swallow a whole deer, 7-foot alligators. Extremely important. So I really appreciate Pedro and your cooperation, and Drew and Eric. We're going to continue to work on this, and want to thank our governor again for his leadership in having us put this plan together.
Thank you so much, Ron. Greatly appreciate it. Yes, Eric.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, I'd take a prerogative of being here and presenting in front of you and Department of Interior to emphasize something I said I would and I didn't, and that is looking at the access to Big Cypress is really important on several fronts. Ultimately, we'd like to see that access extend to recreational use, but clearly clear and present to do the pythons, and the commission or the governor has also emphasized that with his discussions with Secretary Barnard. So thank you, Commissioner Bergeron, for reminding me that, and thank you for allowing me to speak to that.
Yes, very good. And as well, just meeting even with the Assistant Secretary Rob Wallace of Fish and Wildlife and Parks, who was just on travel with you, and so he's very engaged and will continue to be so. Good. Yep. Any other questions or thoughts on this topic? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to our next speaker. So I'll pass it back to you, Vice Chair.
Sure, thank you. And this, we will probably get ahead of schedule now. The Ocean Everglades that Eric mentioned, I think, was a great highlight of how important the work we're doing in the Everglades and on land is for Florida Bay and our coastal resources and coral. Certainly, I remember the first meeting that I met Nicole at, and I think you brought up the synergy of the work that NOAA's doing, and that really being a great opportunity to maybe highlight a little bit more. And so this is an opportunity to do just that. So I'll first introduce Joanna to start with presentation on DEP's side, and then Sarah will take off for her side.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity. This is actually an incredibly full circle for me, because as Florida's trying to contact for all coral issues, there we are. Secretary and I were sitting here in February in this exact location for the U.S. Coral Reef Task Force meeting, and so it's lovely to see some same faces. So today I'm actually presenting on behalf of DEP and our partners, and Sarah will round out with some of additional messages on the NOAA side. But we're here to continue our conversation about Florida's natural treasures and national treasures, both the Everglades and the coral reefs. So you all know these diagrams, you've seen these before, and what I love to remind you is about the reef tract that is actually the end goal and the end of your ecosystem. We often say from the cows to the corals, South Florida is one big ecosystem. And what that means, though, is that we also want to be talking about the impacts to the coral reefs as the end game for all of the restoration planning efforts that you're doing, both now and in the future, to make sure that the water that is getting back out to these ecosystems is the right water and in the right way. Florida's coral reefs extend for 330 nautical miles from the Dry Tortugas all the way up to Martin County and the St. Lucie Inlet especially. And I wanted to draw attention to you to the fact that there was a newly established state boundary created last year by the Florida legislature called the Southeast Florida Coral Reef Ecosystem Conservation Area to especially draw attention to this northern part of the Florida Reef Tract that had no coordinated management before this. We have over 6 million people living in the urban areas in this area, densely populated area. But that means there's a lot of stressors to our reefs, as well as a lot of opportunities because of how much access they provide. As you know, coral reefs are the rainforests of the sea, incredibly ecologically diverse, but they're also essential for South Florida's economy. Anywhere from coastal protection to our world-class fishing, as well as tourism. We have a $6 billion annual tourism economy. Biomedical exploration, we have drugs on the market today for anti-inflammatory and cancer treatments. And USGS actually just provided a brand new report that is really exciting for us in the coral world, and it shows the incredible benefit. So adding this to the $6 billion tourism, we now know that our shoreline protection from these reefs is over $355 million in flood protection benefits annually, and that goes to over $1 billion in extreme storm events. So when we talk about the value of our coral reefs, it's essential for our coastal economies. Unfortunately, due to global and local increasing severity and frequency of local stressors, we, like any ecosystem, have seen some tipping points. Stony coral tissue loss is ultimately a, as it sounds, tissue disease that eats the living veneer of the corals themselves. This disease is highly infectious. It is waterborne. It has a long residence time. Most diseases last a matter of 6 months to a year. This one has been going for over 5 years now and does not seem to be stopping. Very important is that it affects over 22 of our reef building species. That's more than half of the species that we have, and it affects all of the predominant reef builders, including many of those that are listed under the Endangered Species Act. In some of those certain species, we're seeing 66 to 95% prevalence. So of the 100 that we see, 66 to 95 of those are impacted. And when they are impacted, we are losing them completely. Most mortality that we're seeing is 100%, including our youngest and oldest colonies. We know of one colony off of Fort Lauderdale that was over 330 years old, and it died within a matter of months due to this disease. This disease outbreak started around Miami-Dade County in 2014 and has continuously spread all the way through the northern part of the Florida Reef Tract and is now currently tracking somewhere in the Marquesas. It unfortunately has not stopped there, and it has now continued to spread beyond into the Caribbean Atlantic, both in US jurisdictions as well as international. Because of this unprecedented outbreak, we have an unprecedented response here in Florida. This is an ad hoc group of partners, and we continuously add to this group every day. We are overseen by the four agencies you see listed there at the top, but we continue to expand and bring in more private partners, universities, NGOs, anybody who's got a vested interest in this, we welcome to this table. We've created our own little structure, but most importantly, and I want to give a big thank you for some dedicated support in herding the cats, as they say. We now have a disease response coordinator and coral management fellow, which are integral in making sure that we have a coordinated effort going forward. We're very focused on making sure that all of the information brought in from this effort is shared freely and with no silos for all of our partners and scientists, both internally and externally. And we have two really great websites, both for the technical information as well as the more media focused. But when we talk about the efforts that I'm about to highlight for you, we talk about them in short-term and long-term. The short-term in the water efforts are the things that we're going to do to enhance our disease response capacity. But ultimately, those things will not be successful unless we address some of the larger issues, and including those local stressors and restoring our environmental resilience. So we get together with our technical experts every year, and we continue the effort to search for the pathogen itself, treat the individual colonies, both scaling up from the lesion treatments themselves, and we just got our regulatory approval, so we're going to be starting full colony treatments in terms of using a new tool, which is probiotics, just like humans. And we're going to continue to develop new treatments. We also are continuing to actually go out and rescue those healthy corals that are beyond the outbreak margin that we know of, to make sure that we are storing them in land-based facilities in preparation for the future, where we will grow them and propagate them for future restoration. We're also starting now to identify where our survivors are, which is really important because these are now some of the most important corals in the world. And so we're going out and finding those survivors, bringing them into the labs and starting to build the infrastructure needed to propagate them and expand. This is an opportunity for a completely new industry, especially in Florida, building on the great effort that we have over the past 10 years in water nurseries and expanding that and really learning how and where and when to grow these baby corals. Some of you may have heard the really great news from our partners at Florida Aquarium about being able to spawn some corals off-season. We usually only get one shot at this, and this is the first time that we've actually had the opportunity to force them into, I say that in a nice way, but force them, make babies. And it's really exciting for us in the coral world, because that's the first time that we're going to be able to see this move forward more than once a year. We're also really focused, and Sarah's going to touch on our focus on determining what, where, and when to restore. We're not sure that it's the right time to restore out in the wild population yet, and that's something that we're working on diligently. But restoration is the future of the Florida Reef Tract, and so we are doing some trials. We're identifying those sites, and we really want to make sure that we're conducting meaningful ecosystem restoration. So the path forward in the long term is that we're ultimately continuing to work on those big challenging issues. We're here today, and we again thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to make sure that you guys are aware that we do have an offshore water quality monitoring program specific to our coral reefs, both in the Florida Keys for the last 20 years, but also a new pilot data set that's been happening for the past 2 years on the northern reefs, going all the way from Martin County to Monroe. So now we have it covered Martin County to Monroe County. The department is also continuing to work on other opportunities to enhance protection of our corals, and so I wanted to highlight that we have our triennial review of water quality standards, where we're actually looking at turbidity criterion to protect our coral reefs and sensitive benthic organisms. Our Coral Reef Conservation Program also is looking at developing new tools for our coastal communities, like best management practices for low-impact development, and more engagement with our stakeholders. And I'm actually going to not steal Sarah's thunder and talk about the fact that we continue. That is such a big part of what we do, is making sure that we're connecting the community with the resource management. And what I'd love to be able to share with them is what you all are doing and how that connects to our corals as well. And so with that, I will pass it to Sarah.
And I guess maybe before Sarah starts, Nicole, do you want to take an opportunity to brag on the good work of NOAA? We certainly appreciate it.
Brag on you, Noah, or the other Noah?
That is an opportunity, yes, but no.
I'll brag on all of it. What you've heard from Joanna is absolutely true about the collaboration and the breaking down of silos. Too much is being lost on the ground, and there's too much information to be had, and so the partnerships are really, really flourishing. That's the beacon of light throughout the situation, but I really appreciate the task force interests. This is downstream of all the good work that it is doing, and so we are as invested as everyone else up the state of Florida in the success of the task force projects. And so I want to thank you, Joanna, and thank you, Sarah, and leave it to you.
Thank you. I echo your comments of thanks for your interest in this subject and talking about corals. And I wanted to take just a couple of minutes to highlight some of NOAA's work to address the challenges that we're facing on our reefs and support the response efforts, some of which Joanna just talked about. So reefs in the Florida Keys have been declining for decades. That's true of corals around the world. Add to it what Joanna just described with the coral disease, and the situation becomes even more urgent. It was urgent before with these corals declining for decades. I don't know what's more than urgent. Super urgent, uber urgent, I don't know, but I want to just reiterate something that Joanna mentioned in the response by way of emphasizing why I think we have reached an uber urgency here. With this disease event underway, ravaging our reefs, We have taken the unprecedented step of collecting live corals, taking them off of the reef. In fact, as we're sitting here right this minute, there is a team out ahead of the disease front collecting live, healthy corals, bringing them in for safekeeping. Those corals are being sent around the country. They are in 9 different states, 15 different institutions, 11 additional institutions are ramping up their efforts to hold those corals. That is a dramatic and drastic step that we are taking. That speaks to the condition of these resources and the urgency. And as Joanna mentioned, our intention is to hold those in safekeeping, propagate them, and then put them back out on the reef. They are not meant to be museum specimens. They are meant to be put back on the water, and that is where you all come in. That is where the work of this task force is so important, because when we put them back in the water, they need good water quality. And that is the work that you all are doing that we've been hearing about today. So, rescue is one part of what NOAA has been supporting in Florida. We've also been supporting, as noted, restoration activities for a number of years. The Coral Reef Conservation Program is sort of the central focus point in NOAA. They coordinate all of our efforts, tap into the capacity around NOAA to bring to bear on these issues. The focus of the Coral Reef Conservation Program is 4 things: addressing climate change, addressing impacts from fisheries, land-based sources of pollution, and restoration. I want to highlight a little bit about the restoration work. This work is necessary, we feel, because the condition and the state of the reefs is such that just addressing the local impacts and the direct threats is not enough. We have to get out there and help this system recover. So we are looking at that as a comprehensive ecosystem approach, not just outplanting a lot of corals, but also making sure that there's habitat available for recruitment, making sure that some of the herbivores are also restored, making sure that the corals that we are outplanting are resilient and strong so that they can withstand temperature stress and disease events that are going to continue to affect these resources. Now, that said, we still think that addressing threats is very important. And again, that is where you all come in, helping us to make sure that the water quality is strong so that these corals can survive, making sure that we're addressing sediment loads, nutrient loads, et cetera, helping us make sure that this outplanting effort, these restoration efforts, are very successful. We are also undertaking local actions to address local threats. The Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary just released a couple months ago a document that we refer to as our restoration blueprint. This is a comprehensive strategy for managing the resources in the Florida Keys. It is a rather ambitious plan. It articulates a lot of strategies, including things like changing the boundaries of the sanctuary potentially changing zones, adding new restrictions to address the myriad of threats that our resources, including the reefs, are being affected by. As a part of that public process, I have been up and down the Keys and in South Florida, speaking literally to thousands of members of the community about this proposal, hearing from them what they think about our local actions, but also hearing from them about their concerns. And what I am so grateful to have the opportunity today to do is to tell you what I am hearing from those people, which is we can take steps locally, and we will take steps locally. They might not like all the steps we're proposing, but they know that we need to do something. People know that we have trouble. But they are also telling me loud and clear that we need to be addressing regional issues. Because if we take care of our local issues and we still have water quality issues, we still have impacts from outside of that boundary, we are not going to succeed. And that is why I'm so pleased to be speaking to you, because the work that you are doing is absolutely interconnected with what we're trying to do through this restoration blueprint, through these local actions. Because we are absolutely downstream of all these projects that you've been talking about today. We are connected very closely. We will continue to work to protect these corals, to rescue them, to restore them, but we absolutely need to do that in the context of the work that you are doing. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, and that, sir, is the end of my presentation.
Well, thank you so much for both of you being able to present today. I think this is an important and critical part of the ongoing discussion that we have here at the task force. So with that, I'd like to just open it up for any questions that any of you might have. Thoughts, ideas, obviously the underpinning base of, so eloquently stated, of what the work that we are doing now is critical to the very end.
I have a brief comment.
Yeah, please.
This really shows you how important Everglades restoration really is. You know, the success of saving the Everglades is saving the estuaries in the Gulf, the Atlantic, Florida Bay, Biscayne Bay. And, you know, it's so tied to the quality of everyone's lives in Florida, 20 million people. And tied to our economy, which is important, economical growth and jobs and for future generations to come. So, you know, Everglades restoration is extremely important to all of us. And thank you for what you're doing, and long live the Everglades and the ocean.
Thanks, Ron. Anyone else? Thoughts, comments on this? Yeah, please.
Sure, thank you. I can't help myself. We have two of the best spokespeople in the world on this issue here, and I was remiss for not introducing Sarah as the superintendent of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. We are the southernmost portion of the work of the task force. And there's just absolutely no getting around that. So I'm really, really pleased to hear this work. I want to put a finer point on something that Sarah noted about bringing corals, live corals, healthy live corals into facility. As a lifelong conservationist, to pull species out of the wild is an act of desperation. All you are doing is buying time. But that time is affording the task force the opportunity, and others, to mitigate some of the harms and some of the threats and the pressures to the coral reefs so that their hard work now, these unprecedented partnerships, can be made effective long-term as those corals are returned to the wild, much as the task force is buying time for the state of Florida and its ecosystems and its economy so that we can all get our collective acts together, whether it's with regard to sea level rise or pollutants in the water, what have you, so that we may use our work to influence those of others to put less pressure on the ecosystems that we are here to try and protect and to restore. So it occurs to me to thank you and to express gratitude for you buying time for us to do what we need to do, as we are also buying time to work with others to do what they need to do to restore the Everglades more broadly and to reduce pressures coming into the Everglades so that at some point your work won't be needed and ours won't be needed either. And I just want to thank you, too, for everything you're doing. Thank you for being here.
Very well said. Yes, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to recognize the leadership you see here of Joanne and Sarah. We've all worked collectively together. And our chairman of our commission, as appointed by the governor, is, I think, 5th or 6th generation Key West. And he was going to join us today. He couldn't make it. But I just wanted to recognize the leadership. What you said about the act of desperation is true, but we have to continue to have hope. The sense of urgency in the Keys is the same reason why I asked the question of the Colonel earlier about, how fast can these projects be done without limitations of funding, because that's how urgent it is. And then probably the most impressive and important thing that they showed, and Joanne kind of skipped over it for time reasons, was the number of partners. Everybody had an oar in the water, and everybody collectively wanted to make a positive difference. But until you got kind of everybody in the right lane, pulling the right way, I don't think we would have seen the success. So I just want to acknowledge their leadership in that. Thank you, and Secretary Valentine. Thank you.
I would just say this is probably the best demonstration we have of great collaboration between federal and state agencies. Couldn't have a better team.
Yeah, for sure. Well said. Well, keeping on focus on also on time, thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate your great presentations and the hard work that you are committed in doing. So thank you both. So with that said, what I'd like to do is shift our time, and actually a few minutes ahead of schedule, but it catches up to us here on the public comments. What I would like to do, I know we've already received a few comment cards already. I'm going to turn it over to Adam to just go through them and bring people up who have submitted. And again, if you'd like to submit a card in for comment, please do so. Go ahead, Adam, it's yours.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your focus on today's meeting. First off, I'd like to request Martin County Commissioner Sarah Hurd to come up to the closest microphone, followed by Mr. Elfenbein here on this one, please.
Good afternoon, I'm Sarah Hurd. Let's see if I can make this work.
Jose.
Is it okay? Now I'm on. My name is Sarah Hurd. I'm a Martin County Commissioner. Thank you very much for allowing me to address you this afternoon. I'd also like to thank Congressman Brian Mast for his remarks this morning. He talked about the remarkable progress that's been made in the past year with Everglades Restoration, and talked about the cooperation between the federal government and the state government. He was very effusive in his praise of many agency members. The one person he left out was Brian Mast. His role was outsized in making sure that the progress that we made was successful in the past year. You have before you a noble enterprise and, of course, a great challenge, the largest ecosystem restoration project in the world. As has been so beautifully stated, if we get it right, we may get to keep the planet. SERP was authorized into federal law in 2000. Much has changed in South Florida since then. One of the premises of Everglades Restoration is to restore suitable habitat to provide successful nesting for the once magnificent flocks of wading birds that filled and helped to define the Everglades. That requirement can no longer be fulfilled in South Florida. Potential habitat has been consumed by urban overdevelopment and industrial-scale agriculture. But in what may be the most prescient of all SERP projects, the Indian River Lagoon South project, authorized in WRDA 2007, contains a project that perfectly meets this need. It calls for restoring 90,000 acres of natural lands. With $75 million of help from Martin County residents, we've already purchased nearly 30,000 acres of this land, and we've restored a great deal of it with astonishing results. Incredible rebounding of plant and animal life. We need to prioritize acquisition and rehydration of the remainder. Fortunately, Martin County has been a very careful steward of our western lands where we don't allow any urban development. So compared to our neighbors to the south, the land is relatively inexpensive. And we have funding. We have Amendment 1 money. And the beauty of habitat restoration for birds is that they can fly to their new healthy homes. I have grave concerns about the proposed IDS. Critical projects authorized in IRL South are being leapfrogged by projects that were modeled on and predicated upon IRL South being finished first. So until and unless these IRL South projects are completed, we will not receive the promised benefits of the SERP projects that were authorized after IRL South. I'm afraid we're setting ourselves up for overpromising, and if so, we will surely underdeliver. When IRL South was authorized in 2007, we didn't have anywhere near the knowledge or experience we now possess on microcystins and cyanobacteria and harmful algal blooms. We didn't know the dangers of non-alcoholic liver diseases and neurodegenerative disease clusters in Martin County. But by 2016, and certainly by now, we knew volumes more science on these public health and human safety issues. That's why it's so critical to complete the IRL South projects. Sentinel mammal species have died from exposure to contaminated water in the Indian River Lagoon. Scientists are still discussing correlation versus causation in determining the causes of these fatalities. Are we ready for their conclusions? Thank you all for your tremendous dedication to save this portion of the planet.
Commissioner, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate your words. We have
Mike.
Oh, great. Yep. It's all yours.
Thank you, sir. You guys hear me? Yes. So, Mike Elfenbein, Everglades Coordinating Council. Director Sutton made a comment in his presentation earlier, and I'd like to capitalize on that. And the statement was that with the additional access provided to Everglades National Park and the efforts to eradicate pythons, that they put a value of a 200% increase in that eradication effort. My point being is that without access, there cannot be stewardship. It is not possible. You cannot take care of your lands if you cannot get there to take care of them. Everglades National Park has been the epicenter of the python epidemic in South Florida as far back as 1979 we saw. I am of the opinion that it has been the management practices of the National Park Service in conjunction with the restrictive policies, procedures, and processes of the federal agencies that have allowed this epidemic to progress to the point that it's at today. And if we continue to follow these processes, procedures, and regulations that have allowed this to happen, I don't see how we could possibly have an effective outcome. My point being that, and Superintendent Ramos and I and Director Sutton and several other members from these agencies have had these conversations back and forth for years. And a lot of it is out of their hands as it's a result of litigation from environmental organizations. And I understand that, and I don't put the blame on them. But we have to find a way with this task force that we have before us and the representatives of all the different agencies that we have to work around these problems. Big Cypress National Preserve is quickly being consumed by the same problems as its neighboring Everglades National Park, and access remains limited. There was mention earlier from Commissioner, Governing Board Member Bergeron, that they are trying to get additional access to secondary trails in Big Cypress for python hunters. At the same time, we've had conversations about reefs and lionfish. And while we use sportsmen and fishermen in the effort to eradicate lionfish from our reefs, for some reason or another, we failed to use the large army of sportsmen and their equipment that already exists to fight the effort on pythons. There are sportsmen, countless sportsmen, with the equipment, the time, the willingness, and the readiness to help with this. But for some reason, the federal regulations and policies don't allow it to happen. I'd like to work with you all to find a way around that. And if you would allow me to do that, I would be grateful to you, as I'm sure so would the rest of Florida. One other issue that I'd like to touch on today is I attend many meetings, probably not as many as most of you, but several throughout the state. This is my first time coming here to DC before this task force. And I can't help but wonder when I hear all the conversations about budgets and funding deficiencies, how much a meeting like this costs to put on, and how many meetings like this are held on a regular basis. And if there isn't a way, as I proposed to you earlier, where you all might come down to South Florida and sit in the swamp and have these meetings, as opposed to be sitting in these buildings, traveling by airplane, or whatever other means are necessary to make these meetings take place, maybe there's a way to take that money out of the budgets to make these meetings happen, to fight the issues that we're all talking about that aren't properly funded. If there's a way to do that, I'd also like to, besides critiquing you on it, find a way to work around it. Thank you guys very much for all your effort. Thank you guys so much for everything you do. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mike, for those passionate comments. We have up next Kelly Ralston with the American Sport Fishing Association, and then followed up by Mr. Paul Backhouse with the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Adam. Kelly Ralston, representing the American Sport Fishing Association. I promise I'll be brief. I just wanted to commend our state and federal partners, along with the NGOs and educational facilities that have been working so hard on this coral disease issue and epidemic. It's been in the face of devastation, it's actually been very encouraging to see everyone come together and develop this spectacular plan that will hopefully serve as a roadmap to restore our reefs and prevent these disease outbreaks in the future. I also wanted to commend the task force on recognizing the linkage and the connectedness between water quality and our resources, even though there may not be a direct one-for-one there. There's no doubt that water quality is affecting our corals, and so we appreciate your work on that level as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. Mr. Backhouse?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to just present a few brief comments. My name is Paul Backhouse. I'm the Senior Director of Heritage and Environment Resources for the Seminole Tribe of Florida. In regards to Lake Okeechobee, I just wanted to add a couple of comments there. I think it's important to recognize that the tribe's ancestral land extended all the way from southern Florida all the way up to southern Tennessee. And when you look at their land range today, they're reduced to 7 reservations in southern Florida. They literally have no more land that they can move to. So with regards to the Lake Okeechobee project, it's particularly concerning with regard to the wetland attenuation feature that's projected to be right next to the reservation. In regards to the Okeechobee Restoration Project, it's important to realize that the project features are not dependent on one another. While the tribe supports wetland restoration in general, it cannot support the idea of a wetland attenuation feature right next to the reservation. The tribe has significant cultural and historic sites on the eastern portion of its reservation that could be potentially flooded with any breach of that wetland attenuation feature on its boundaries. The tribe's reservation is set aside to be reserved for future development. Again, having this large feature to the south and east of the reservation threatens that potential for development in the future. A second important point to consider is that there are cultural sites located within the footprint of the wetland attenuation feature, specifically the Mulberry Mound sites that would be potentially flooded by the construction of that particular feature. That has extreme cultural concerns to the tribe because it has the potential to put the tribe's ancestors underwater, and that's the same as consigning them to a form of hell. By putting the water over the ancestral remains, that's a very difficult cultural concern for the Seminole tribe. So I just wanted to bring those to your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next up is Julie Hill Gabriel with the Audubon.
Thank you all so much for being here. Julie Hill Gabriel with National Audubon. I really just wanted to take the opportunity to thank all of you for bringing this group together. I know there are a number of new faces who have not participated as frequently in recent years. And it's just incredibly striking for those of us who have worked on this issue for a long time to look at things like the new project schedule, how many things are coming online faster, and that when we talk about issues like dealing with water levels in Lake Okeechobee, challenges with, our counterbalance of flooding conditions and drought at times. And then we talk about coral reefs, that we look at all of these challenges and situations, and yet all of the solutions come down to advancing these Everglades restoration progress and these projects. They're not things that are mutually exclusive. They all lead us in the same direction. So I really just wanted to say thank you. This continues to be one of National Audubon's top priorities across the country. And we hope that you leave here today with the sense that progress is possible, progress is real, and progress is here. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Julie, very much. I appreciate that encouragement as being probably the newest one, a week of being notified. So thank you. With that, I want to open it up again to any of the task force members here. Any thoughts on any of the public records? There's no more, right, Adam? We have no more at this point. So I want to open it back up for any comments on the public comments, as well as I want to kind of put things together for just assignments and next steps as we go into putting our task force together. Vice Chair, thoughts?
Sure. One, good meeting. Thank you. Well run. I think it would be useful sort of looking at next steps for staff to, for each meeting, have an item. I sort of discussed this last time, but to say, what are the major obstacles? And I think Jean's mentioned this too, right? Is if we've got an obstacle, let's make sure we're not avoiding talking about it. Appreciate the ability of everyone to have sort of straightforward conversation. And how do we make progress? But I do think it would be helpful for staff to work on an agenda that has a section that lays out, not agency by agency, but instead, what are the top 5 obstacles that we're seeing right now to make progress, right? And every agency or every group might bring a different obstacle they see. Certainly, we may talk about right now, we're very focused on permitting time for the EA reservoir, right, with the Corps, obviously. That's something that we see short time, and it will probably, there may be some that stay there over time, but there'll probably be a lot that we can knock out just by focusing attention on it. So I would just think that would be a good thing. Now that we've got Adam on board and have sort of continuity in staff, it would be good to sort of get in that habit.
I couldn't agree more with you, Vice Chairman. So let's put that in. So I want to get some other comments before I also give some of my thoughts or comments. Anyone else on some items? Yes.
I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. I've never been one to hold back very much. I think Colonel Rock Salt said Gene's about as subtle as a 4x4 across the forehead. And it's really important. I'm going to second what you said. It's really important for us to talk about why progress isn't made, as much as it is to stand up and make great presentations about the wonderful things we're doing. We have problems, and this is the form in which we should bring that out. And some of these are very, very serious, to the point where we're canceling a whole restoration process because we can't solve the problem. And I think it's really important that we talk about what these problems are, because I don't think there's anything we can't solve. If we decide we're going to solve it, we can solve it. And the Everglades are too important to lose.
Thank you, Gene. Anyone else? Ron.
Well, I want to thank all our stakeholders out there. And, it's really important to be transparent. It helps us up here. I know it helps me. We have a very important task for the future of Florida. And I just want to say I'm very humble and honored to be a part of that with all my fellow members here. And I believe that as tough as it sounds, that if we can send someone to the moon in a rocket ship, I think we can achieve this task. And, I want to applaud our governor. He's on a mission. And he has basically given us the opportunity to save this beautiful environment and to save ourselves. And as you look at all the issues we're dealing with here, I think the important thing is that we're always looking at the global Everglades, globally. And everyone has to participate with shared adversity, shared impacts, equalization of water levels through the global Everglades. It's all about we. And we have a lot on our plate, but I truly want to thank all our state agencies and Eric Sutton and Drew Bartlett and all our South Florida staff and the Corps You know, we're going to have differences here and there, but as we proceed forward, I think we can achieve this. I want to thank Pedro Romas, too, in Everglades National Park, and I look forward to the future, and we're going to make a difference. And, you know, this is an American treasure, and the American dream is still alive, and God bless America, and long live the Everglades.
Thanks so much, Ron. It's been actually a pleasure just meeting you today and enjoying your comments and your insights and the history and where we're going. So thank you. You can definitely tell your mind and heart is young and a lot more yet ahead. So thank you. Anyone else, thoughts before we continue on and some of my conclusions that I want to be able to focus on as well? So any others? So what I would like to do is propose, so I've been writing down today a lot of the assignments. I am very much along with the vice chair here in action. So what is it that we need to really be looking at? So from my notes and the notes that you've all been taking here today, there's several things obviously that we need to focus on. I want to really activate and work with our director here and his team to move forward to working with the working group and the science team as well. So several things that I have listed that I want to try to sum up and work together on for some next point actions. So one of them obviously is the work, the building on the report. I think we very much clearly got from the Army Corps, at least what I heard was, okay, here's the report, here's their analysis. For a lack of a better term, they're using terminology of termination, but that's the end of their report, which is now in our hands to say, so what? So now what do we do next? Where do we go from there? So I think one of the action items is we take and build off of that report the items that we need to, that were discussed here today. How do we build on that? I'm going to turn to Adam on this one and his team to work with the working group on building for our next return items. You'll probably be getting some communication over the next several weeks and months ahead on items that I think we're going to need all of your input on the listings of all the things now that we've received, what I would consider first rounds of information and data, right? Now we build on that, and that's part of what those studies and actions that we take next are on. So I think that's going to be that first part on what do we do kind of west of the Everglades on those steps, and working with the vice chair, we'll work on seeing what that entails. The next one that I have on my list is obviously going back to the resources and finances. What does that look like? What does it mean if we have more? What does it mean if we have less? The Army Corps is very good at that. I've seen a lot of different reports on a lot of different watersheds out west as well of, if we have this much money, this is what we can get done. If we have this little amount, this is what we can accomplish. And so I think we can work with the director's office as well as the working group on helping us put together with the core of what that entails so that we can communicate that better, because that's a big part of what I've put down is the communication process, right? And I think they've come a long way from a couple of decades ago of even the sheets and the progress. And I mean, forecasting out to 2030 is a pretty remarkable place of where we're at. And so I want to be able to work with the state as well as the counties and the commissioners and the tribes on each of these different areas and the working groups and the NGOs on those different discussions. So another one that I really like is this top 5 obstacle and top 5 action items. I think we can build around that in a very good way to say, okay, what's next? Just as the Corps has delivered to us a plan, I think it's going to be up to to this task force to say, what does that mean? What does that look like? And I think we can create some priorities for us in this task force in our next meetings on some of those action plans. So with that, I'm going to stop. I think we have a lot of interaction and discussion. I look forward to working through Adam and his team on communicating. You're going to get a lot of areas of emails and communication and input on what those action plans will look like. So now that I probably got Adam and his team very nervous on
on moving forward, but I love to see some things that we're going to try to accomplish and even get accomplished before our next meeting when we come together. So with that, I want to kick it back to the vice chair and some of his thoughts, and then back to Adam, and then get some input from the task force.
Sure, and I think I already skipped ahead to my thoughts, so I would just end with, at the end of a meeting like this, you sort of forget that there's supposed to be a schism between state and federal government, right? As well as we work together, as gracious hosts y'all are, just appreciate it. Hopefully this is an example others will see and continue to look at as Everglades Restoration and this working group is an example of how you should be doing ecosystem restoration, and beyond that, just working together as state and federal partners. So thank you.
Great. Any other thoughts? I'll give it to Adam next.
Thank you all. As an avid outdoorsman, this is myself. This is very important to me and those that are here in the meeting. There may be some unresolved comments that we don't necessarily have resolution to today that everybody needs to take back. Maybe some on pink shrimp funding that I heard throughout the day, and try to find those resolutions, planning efforts, and as well as maybe some of the ones on Lake Okeechobee, how to find those resolutions to keep us moving forward and on track. And that hopefully those are not on the top 5 for the next task force meeting, which we're planning for in South Florida. We'll be working with Assistant Secretary Dr. Petty and Secretary Valenstein on your schedules, first and foremost. But we're going to be looking at trying to target the end of April for your all's calendars at that time frame. So that's going to be, we're really looking forward. I have a lot of ideas about that to get us out into the resource for that. But once again, we'll take your guidance at that time. We also, the Working Group and Science Coordination Group is very active on addressing those items that you heard before. The IDS right now, you heard about that already. That's already kind of done right now. The invasive species, we will be done with that by June 2020, that revamping of that. System-wide ecological indicators, your Working Group and Science Coordination Group is working on those. Facilitating SysRep, current activities, and groundwater flows. So working group, next Working Group and Science Coordination Group is in West Palm on December 5, I think it is. Okay, so it's fluxing around trying to get access, I think, to your room. It's been a challenge. Everybody's demanding that access, right? It's a concert hall. Of activity around restoration and ecosystem management. So we'll be working on that with you, James, as well, okay? And appreciate everybody's support.
Adam, thank you so much. I think that's going to be an important part of just working through each one of these and start creating what I like this idea of at least our top 5 and what those look like, and build from there as we go. So thank you, each and every one. I'll give you last chance for any final comments. Seeing none, or maybe hearing none, I think the conversations we're going to continue. Ron, one last thought. I just want to say that I appreciate all the commitment from my fellow members here. And so I want to give y'all all a free alligator wrestling lessons anytime you want it, okay? If your jacket comes with it. So again, I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us today. Feel free to linger a little bit and have ongoing individual conversations here. It's been a pleasure to begin to know and work with each one of you. And as we go through these next several months and years into what's next, I look forward to getting some more action items and things accomplished. So again, thank you all. Have a good day.